All right.
Thank you. You may be seated.
We have an interpreter on the line for our Spanish matters, but.
Are we on the record? Interpreter, this is Commissioner Campbell. Are you on the line?
Yes, Your Honor. Ofelia Fernandez.
Ms. Hernandez, I have not been notified that we have any interpreter matters this morning, but can you please inquire in the gallery if anyone needs your assistance this morning?
Happy to do so, Your Honor.
Thank you.
¿Hay alguien en la sala que necesite la ayuda del intérprete de español? Levante la mano, por favor.
Just one moment, we're checking.
No, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Hernandez, we do not have any Spanish language only folks today, so we are going to thank you for your services and we'll talk to you next time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Thank you. Marissa, do we have any house calls this morning? Oh, down at the bottom. Got it. All right. All right, we are going to start with Cardina Minow, please, and then Lucia Thomas. Good morning, ma'am. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Cardina Minow,
And Ms. Minow, what is your date of birth?
September 14, 1992.
And you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued or the grand jury in Maricopa County issued a arrest warrant in your matter, which alleges that on or about May 4th of 2025, you engaged in aggravated driving or actual physical control while under the influence of intoxicating liquor or drugs, a class 4 felony. There's actually 2 counts of that. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a hearing on May 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court, and a second hearing on May 28th at 1:30, also in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am, again, holding you non-bondable on this case. So go ahead, step to the left.
Thank you.
Thanks. Lucia Thomas, please. And after Ms. Thomas, we're going to go to John Agnew. Good morning, ma'am. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Excuse me?
Can you state your name for the record?
Lucia Thomas.
And Ms. Thomas, what's your date of birth?
4/19/1971.
Thank you. And Ms. Thomas, you are here on 2 matters. Let's go ahead and talk about your case, CR 2024-112069. In that matter, the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for failure to appear.
Yes.
I'm not appointing you an attorney in your failure to appear matter because if you were entitled to an attorney, one should already have been appointed for you. So
okay.
you should already have an attorney.
Yes, I got a question about that. I tried writing to court to get another one because, see, what's going on with that is that I had to go to the reservation because I had barely lost my mom when all this was going on, the first matter.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to go back to get her house situated out there. I was out there for 4 months, and I couldn't find a way back. When I got a way back, I've only been here for 4 weeks now. And I wrote the court over here. I don't know if anybody got my letter, but I came here first, and then they told me to call. I called. My lawyer never called me, and so then I've been waiting to hear from you, and that's the reason why I missed my first court date. But that's really not a good excuse either. But I know. But I've been trying to get in here for that one, but then I got picked up with the second one.
Right. So let's finish talking about this failure to appear case.
Okay.
In your failure to appear case, setting 2 hearings, first on May 28th at 8:30 and the next one on May 30th at 8:30. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your failure to appear case in the amount of $1,000. Okay.
Okay.
Now, you're also here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for those violations. In your new matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 3 hearings. The first on May 28th at 8:30, the next one on May 28th at 1:30, and the next one on May 30th at 8:30. Because these new charges, the offense date for these new charges occurred while you were on release in your other felony matter, I am holding you non-bondable on your new charges.
Okay, is there, I mean, on the May 30th, is there a possibility that I might be able to be released?
You can talk to the judge on May 28th and talk to the judge about that, okay?
Okay,
All right, go ahead, step to the left.
thank you.
John Agnew, please, and then Brian Kilker. Sir, if you'll just wait a minute, I think the detention officer's lowering the podium for you.
Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Oh.
All right, Mr. Agnew, go ahead and state your name for the record.
John Agnew,
And Mr. Agnew, what is your date of birth?
October 20th, 1969.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated assault, Class 3 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I'm setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 28th at 8:30, and the next one on May 30th, also at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $50,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain other release conditions, including ankle monitoring, and you would not be able to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, step to the left, or proceed to the left.
Thank you.
All right, Brian Kielker and then Michael Ramirez, please. Ramirez, here. Hi. So, freshman revolution. All right, Mr. Kielker, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Brian Tilker,
And
I'm sorry,
And what is your date of birth?
September 25th, 1971.
Thank you. All right. Hold on just a second. And Marissa, I'm sorry. I didn't, I need to amend this to indicate that we are appointing an attorney. Okay. Mr. Tilker, you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 2 hearings, the first on May 28th at 8:30, and the next one on May 30th, also at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. And I seem to have messed this up one more time. I am so sorry. Hold on. All right, hold on. Give it one more go. All right. I am finding probable cause. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting 2 hearings, first on May 28th at 8:30 and the next one on May 30th, also at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in your case in the amount of $7,500. You are reminded that you may not have any contact with any co-defendant, and that in the event you are able to post that bond, you will need to attend your court hearing. So go ahead, step left.
Thank you.
Michael Ramirez, please.
Hold up. Hold up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Ramirez, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Michael Anthony Ramirez,
And Mr. Ramirez, what is your date of birth?
October 26, 1976.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony. I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings in your case, the first on May 28th at 8:30, next one on May 30th, also at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am also setting a cash-only appearance bond in your case in the amount of $7,500. In the event, I'm reminding you that you may not have any contact with any co-defendant. Okay. Go ahead, step to the left. Officer, is it possible for you to raise the podium? Thank you. Thank you, officer. All right, David Salazar, please, and then William Quintero. Good morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
David Salazar,
And Mr. Salazar, what is your date of birth?
August 28, 1990.
Thank you. You were arrested yesterday on charges of theft of a means of transportation, a Class 3 felony, and unlawful flight from law enforcement, a Class 5 felony. I did find probable cause for those, and I am appointing you an attorney. I'm setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 28th at 8:30, the next one on May 30th, also at 8:30, and both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $5,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you may not have any contact with any alleged victim or any complainant. No weapons. Go ahead, step to the left. William Quintero, please. All right, Mr. Quintero, go ahead and state your name for the record.
William Jean Robert Quintero,
And Mr. Quintero, what is your date of birth?
5/12/98.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated assault, assault on a first responder, a Class 4 felony, possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony, criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those violations. I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 and May 30th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your new case in the amount of $5,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you would have to contact your probation officer within 24 hours. which brings us to your probation case. You are currently on probation in Maricopa County Superior Court case number CR 2023-139219. The new charges for which you were arrested yesterday would constitute a violation of term 1 of your existing probation. In your probation violation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on May 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your probation case in the amount of $500. In the event you're able to post your bond and secure your release, I am again reminding you that you would need to contact your probation officer within 24 hours. Okay? Go ahead, step to left.
Nez. Go.
Sorry, Nathaniel Nez and then Andrew Villegas, please.
Hello, Your Honor.
Morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Nathaniel Nez, May 17, 1978.
Thank you. And you are here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest on a petition to revoke your probation. In that probation violation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a hearing on May 28th at 8:30. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 24 hours.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was just a misunderstanding because it was I went to Waddell to live at a home. I think I was like out of the jurisdiction. I think that was a problem that was with it. But I came back and I'm in a sober living home, and I've been there since. And I've been a reassessment yesterday, and they said I've been doing very well. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing, and I haven't been stepping out of line or nothing like that. There's a misunderstanding between the location where I was living, and I reported in on April 7th, but I don't think because I had a secondary probation officer. The first one was on vacation or something like that. And I don't know if you got the information or not, and that's why I've been ever since. So,
I am looking at your it looks like you were out of touch for a while, and they contacted you. They tried to contact you on April 7th, but there was no response. They left a message for you.
yeah.
Again, tried to contact you on April 8th.
Yeah, my phone was lost on the bus, so I didn't have any way to contact them. But I did contact them from another number, and I left the messages, text messages and everything. I have that phone still. I could bring that in to show them that I was trying to keep contact, but I never got a response back. So I've been in the sober living house for the whole time. But I've been even until, and that's where they came yesterday. They came and got me from there. So,
right, and I did see that.
Yeah, so I don't know how they didn't know where I was at, because they knew where the address I was at. I was asleep when they came and got me, and that's what happened.
Hold on.
But I've been complying with the facility, and they're actually very helpful. And actually care about what I'm doing and my whole sobriety.
It does sound like you're in a good spot with the sober living. I am gonna leave the $5,000 secured appearance bond so that you can talk to the judge when you see the judge on the 28th and see if you can be released to the sober living house at that point. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead. Step to the left.
Thank you.
Thanks. Andrew Villegas, please, and then Dwayne Willis. Hello, sir.
Hello,
Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Andrew Villegas.
Thank you. And Mr. Villegas, hold on just a second.
If this is about the North Mesa Justice Court failure to pay the fine, I was actually arrested on different charges. Literally sounds crazy, but I got arrested on the 7th, and then me and my wife's reminder goes off on the 8th to pay the April 8th. So I was actually booked into this county jail April 8th, and that was
Okay.
the day that I was supposed to pay my
Okay. Are you
fine.
still in custody?
I am.
Okay.
I've been in custody for 45 days.
Okay. I know. Do you have?
I have a court case.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to do, sir. I am going to.
My wife could also go pay this morning if she can go.
And you should do whatever take care of it however you want. I can't provide you with legal advice. What I am going to do, though, is I am going to go ahead so you get credit for your time in custody, because I see you're in, and we've talked, and,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're in custody.
Yes, ma'am.
So what I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead and appoint you, indicate that an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing. Give me just a second.
And then this is misdemeanor, correct?
It is a failure to pay for, hold on, and I can give you that information. Give me just a second, okay?
Okay.
This is not mine. Hold on.
And like I said, my wife already planned, once we found out earlier, she was going to go down there as soon as they open today, so.
And I appreciate that. I don't think that's really going to have any impact on what I'm doing. I mean, I'm glad you're taking care of it.
Should I tell her not to do that?
You should tell her to do whatever. It's not going to have any
Okay.
impact on what I do today.
Okay.
I'm looking for, hold on. There we go. Okay. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set a $50 placeholder bond. Placeholder bond. Defendant in custody from another matter. All right. There we go. Okay. And that will just, so that you can get credit for your, it's a $50 secured bond. It is a placeholder bond so that you can go ahead and get credit for time in custody on that matter as well, okay?
Okay, so then I'll just have my wife pay the $50 bond?
I mean, it sounds like you're in custody on something else and you're not bonding out on the other thing.
No.
So,
But like if she paid that 50, that would take care of, that would resolve it?
No, that 50
no.
is just, it's a release bond. So it's a here release bond, not a North Mesa Justice Court release bond, right?
Okay.
So it doesn't satisfy whatever's going on in North Mesa Justice Court. It just secures, it would just secure your attendance at that hearing.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm indicating that an attorney, because I'm setting a bond, I'm indicating that an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be in North Mesa Justice Court on May 27th at 1 p.m. If you are still in custody, they will arrange for you. I think they do it remotely.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am setting a secured appearance bond as we discussed in the amount of $50 in that matter, okay?
Okay, so I'll just go to that, or I'll do the video court.
Yeah,
and work it out with the judge.
that detention officer should
Okay.
have that, so they should be able to arrange for your remote attendance.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to go to Dwayne Willis, please, and then Cesar Bernardino, please. All right, Mr. Willis, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Dwayne Jason Willis,
And Mr. Willis, what is your date of birth?
11282.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of theft of means of transportation, a Class 3 felony. I did find probable cause for that, and I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting two hearings in your case, the first on May 28th at 8:30 and the next one on May 30th, also at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in this matter in the amount of $2,500. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you are reminded that you are not to contact the alleged victim, and you are also reminded that you need to obey any terms of any orders of protection or any orders of against harassment, okay?
Is there anywhere I could do pre-trial?
You know, sir, no. I looked at the Form 4, and based upon...
Well, because I was, I got arrested at my clinic yesterday, and I was on my way to, I got into a Ascend program, and they were going to come pick me up, and then, like, my clinic was going to help me get the car back to my mom, and so I'm basically enrolled in there, and I was wondering if I could still do that.
So I'm setting the bond if you're able to bond out.
I won't be able to do that.
But what I looked at was not only the theft of the car, but also the fact that your mom had an injunction or an order of protection against you as well.
Right.
So given those two things, I think a bond amount is appropriate.
Well, you know, the order of protection it's really crazy because my mom, she was like, I was her caretaker.
Okay, so I'm not gonna, it's out there, I'm not gonna do it.
All right, I got you.
It's there, it's a court order, it needs to be obeyed.
Okay.
Go ahead, step to the left.
Thank you.
Cesar Bernard, I don't know why I'm so difficult with this name. Bernardino, please.
Hey, let's go. Come on behind you.
And then after Mr. Bernardino, Andre McCrae, please. Hi, sir, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Hey, my name is Cesar Sanchez Bernardino.
And Mr. Bernardino, what is your date of birth?
6/14/02.
Thank you. And you are here on 3 matters today. So let's go ahead and talk about, you are on probation in cases CR 2022-132190 and CR 2021-110429. In both of those probation violation matters, I am appointing you an attorney because the Maricopa, let me back up. Maricopa County Superior Court has issued warrants for your arrest alleging that you on allegations that you violated your probations in those cases. In each of those probation violation matters, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting secured appearance bonds in both of the probation violation cases in the amount of $250. Now, you are also here because you were arrested on yesterday on charges of criminal trespass in the first degree, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am setting a hearing on May 28th at 8:30 and May 30th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your new case in the amount of $2,500. In the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Okay? Go ahead, step to the left. Andre McCray, please. Hi, Mr. McCray. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Andre McQuarrie,
And Mr. McCray, what's your date of birth?
7/26/94.
Thank you. And you are also here on 3 matters today. You were arrested yesterday on charges of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, a class 3 felony, a class 3 misdemeanor, possession of narcotic drugs for sale, a class 2 felony, possession of dangerous drugs for sale, a class 2 felony, possession of narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony, possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Hold on just a second, Marissa. I do need to, I'm going to go ahead and appoint you an attorney. I'm sorry, Marissa, we're going to need to reprint that because I forgot to indicate that before. I'm appointing you an attorney, and I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 28th at 8:30 and the next one on May 30th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $2,500. Now, you are also here because your new charges for which you were arrested yesterday would constitute a violation of Term 1 in each of your existing probation cases, which are CR 2024-117086 and CR 2022-114958. In both of those probation violation cases, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In both of those probation violation cases, I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $500. In the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Okay? Go ahead, step to the left. Todd Webb, please, and then Jose Delgado.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Todd Webb,
And Mr. Webb, what is your date of birth?
10/3/64.
Thank you. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony, and harassment, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting a hearing on May 28th at 8:30 and May 30th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $2,500. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain conditions, including electronic monitoring and no returning to the scene of the alleged crime or having any contact with the alleged victim. Okay, go ahead, step one.
I have a question.
Sure.
I don't have any way to get a hold of anybody to secure the bond.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be possible to release me and give me a day to do it on from the outside?
That's something, bonds are something that needs to be taken care of before you are released. The detention officer can give you the names of bonding companies, so it's a secured appearance bond, so you can work with a bond company to go ahead and get that bond placed, okay?
But I'm saying, but I don't have any numbers that I can call, people for my parents or whatever.
So again, the detention officer will give you the name of, or give you the number for the bond company because it's a secured appearance bond, and you can work with them on facilitating contact with your family or however that works, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jose Delgado, please.
Okay.
And then Cordell Lindsay.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Jose Delgado. Date of birth is October 22nd, 1988.
Thank you. And you are here today because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in a direct complaint matter, which alleges that on or about March 14th of 2024, you possessed or used narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and that on or about March 14th, 2024, you possessed or used drug paraphernalia. I am appointing you an attorney in that matter, and I'm setting two hearings, first on May 28th at 8:30 and the next one on May 30th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Okay. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. Okay? Go ahead, step left.
Can I say something, please?
Sure.
The reason I didn't get in touch with my probation officer because I had mental problems, and then I figured out something that happened between my wife and me. We were separated. So I went away from the house where I was staying, but I promised my probation officer I was going to get back with her, and I need to go to rehab. That's what I need to do. Okay. So I don't work in I don't make money. I work in my own business. I have my landscaping business, so I do my own work. That's what I was doing yesterday. I was trespassing while I was sitting down, and I was having lunch. But if there's any way that for my bond, because the way I need to pay my bond is, like I said, I work my own business. I make my own money.
Okay. So you're actually here on two matters. You are here on the direct complaint matter, which we just discussed. Okay. So those are new charges, right? Those are new charges that haven't been resolved. Okay? Okay. You are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest on allegations that you violated your probation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So in that probation violation matter, I'm also appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on May 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In the probation violation matter, I'm setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. So that probation violation warrant, or the warrant in the probation violation matter was issued back in April of 2024. So you have been non-compliant with your probation for a good long time now. So in order to secure your appearance at your next hearing dates, I am going to leave both those bonds set. So that is a combined, for both cases, secured appearance bond in the amount of $750, all right?
Okay.
Go ahead, step left.
Thank you.
All right, Cordell Lindsay, please. Hi, Mr. Lindsay. Go ahead, state your name to record.
Cordell Lindsay.
And Mr. Lindsay, what is your date of birth?
March 5th, 1992.
Thank you. And you are here on two matters today. You were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those, and I'm setting two hearings in your case, the first on May 28th at 8:30 and the next one on May 30th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your new matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $350. Now, you are also here because you are currently on probation in Maricopa County case CR 2025-110576. In that matter, the Maricopa County Superior Court had issued a warrant for your arrest. In addition, and Marissa, we're going to need to reprint this. I'm sorry. All right. In that matter, Maricopa County, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on May 28th at 8:30. So with regard to your probation violation, so in the probation violation matter, your new charges from yesterday would constitute a violation of term 1 of your existing probation. In addition, it looks like that there were already some additional probation violations for which they had issued that arrest warrant. In your probation violation matter, I am also setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $350. So that is a combined secured appearance bond in the amount of $700. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Go ahead, step left. Jeffrey Williams. All right, Mr. Williams, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Jeffrey Williams,
And Mr. Williams, what's your date of birth?
4188.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams, you are here on 3 matters today. You were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. Did find probable cause for both of those, and I am appointing you an attorney. In your new matter, I am setting 2 hearings, first on May 28th at 8:30 and the next one on May 30th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your new matter in the amount of $250. Now, you are also here because the charges on which you were arrested yesterday would constitute violations of term 1 of your existing probation in your cases CR 2024-128450 and CR 2025-111589. In both of those probation violation matters, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In both of those probation violation matters, I am setting secured appearance bonds in the amount of $250. So combined for all 3 cases is you have secured appearance bonds in the amount of $750. In the event you are able to post those bonds and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Okay, go ahead, step left. Xavier Garcia, please. I'm sorry, Xavier Garcia.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Xavier Garcia,
Okay, and Mr. Garcia, what is your date of birth?
52805.
Thank you, and you are here today on 2 matters. The Maricopa County Superior Court issued 2 warrants for your arrest for failure to appear in your matters CR 2024-154813 and CR 2024-147928. In both of those failure to appear matters, an attorney should already have been appointed for you. So I am not appointing one for you here today. You may, of course, always retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing in both of those failure to appear matters on May 28th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In both of those failure to appear matters, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. In the event that you are able to post those bonds and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Okay, go ahead, step to the left. All right, Rochelle Laprelle, please, and then Brian Begay. All right, Ms. Laprelle, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Rochelle Laprelle.
And Ms. Laprelle, you are here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest on allegations that you violated your probation in CR 2022-138759. In that probation violation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on May 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Go ahead, step to the left. Okay. Brian Begay, please.
Hello.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
I'm sorry?
State your name for the record.
Brian McGee,
And Mr. Begay, what's your date of birth?
12/28/1981.
Thank you. And you are here today because the Holbrook Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest in their matter. It is a pre-adjudication warrant, but it is their matter involving obstructing a highway or public thoroughfare and refusing to provide your true name to officers. Because of the nature of the charges, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I'm setting a hearing on May 27th at 8:30 in the Holbrook Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes, I will.
Okay, I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance.
Cool, thank you.
Please go to the hearing, because if you don't, another arrest warrant may issue, okay?
Okay, cool,
Aldo Garcia, please, and then Albert Sante Banz. All right, good morning, sir. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Aldo Garcia Jr.,
And Mr. Garcia, what is your date of birth?
August 28, 1992.
Thank you. And you are here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest for a direct complaint, which alleges that on or about January 28, 2025, you possessed or used dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and on or about January 28, 2025, you possessed or used drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I looked at the financial information that you provided to pretrial services, and for purposes of appointing you an attorney, I'm finding that you are not indigent. So I'm not appointing one for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I'm setting hearings on June 5th at 8:30 and June 9th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Now, I also see from the information you gave to pretrial services that you are employed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So will you go to those two hearings?
Absolutely. Your Honor, I had already set to squash the warrant, and I had court today to come down here today, but yesterday, traffic stopped, and they ran my name, and that's why I'm here.
Okay.
But I was already in the motions, I already put the motions in, but the warrant wouldn't have been quashed unless I came to see you guys personally. So that was set for today.
And you're not currently on probation in any other cases?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm going to release you to pretrial services, which means you have to sign up with pretrial services, and they can provide like some assistance in getting to your court dates, like bus tickets, that sort of thing. Okay. If you need that, so make sure you go to those court dates that we talked about. The information is in your paperwork. Okay.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead. Step to the left. Albert Sante Banz, please. Good morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Albert Sante Banz.
And Mr. Sante Banz, what is your date of birth?
8/24/1995.
Thank you. Hold on just a second for me. All right, Mr. Sante Banz, you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for those, and I am appointing you an attorney. I'm setting two hearings in your case on June 5th at 8:30 and June 9th at 8:30. Have reviewed your criminal history, and it doesn't, you do not, according to my review, have a, that's not a factor that's weighing against a decision to release you today. Will you go to your hearings on June 5th and June 9th?
Yes, I will, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance today. Make sure you go to those hearings, because if you don't, because it really looks like this might be the first time you've been in trouble. I could be wrong, but based upon my information. Okay. So go to your hearings. If you don't go to your hearings, another arrest warrant may issue. Get this taken care of so that hopefully you don't have to come back here, okay?
I will, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, step to the left.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. All right. We need clear.
He is going to be a house call.
Oh, okay.
He was apparently too sick to come into court.
Okay, that's okay. All right, so we are in fact going to have 2 house calls today. These folks are unable to be with us because they are a danger to self or others, or otherwise not able to function for purposes of appearing today in court. We have our first house call is Christopher Corp. Mr. Corp's date of birth is June 15th of 1993. Since I am going to read the charges, could we clear? Thank you. Mr. Corp was arrested yesterday on charges that he failed to register as a sex offender, a Class 4 felony, and failed to have sex offender ID, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing him as an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 28th at 8:30 and May 30th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in Mr. Corp's case in the amount of $2,500. Our second house call is Ashley Gama. Ms. Gama's date of birth is October 22nd of 94. Ms. Gama was arrested yesterday on charges of robbery, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing her an attorney. I am setting hearings in Ms. Gama's case in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court on May 28th at 8:30 and May 30th at 8:30. I am setting a secured appearance bond in Ms. Gama's case in the amount of $15,000. All right, with that, we are going to, if anything changes after I talk to the house calls, I will update my written orders. And with that, we are going to stand adjourned on the 8 a.m. calendar, and we will resume at 11 a.m., and we are off the record.
All right.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Can the interpreter hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Martin Hernandez, court interpreter.
Oh, thank you. We're having a hard time hearing you. Let us mess with that for a second.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, now we've got you. Okay, thank you. Hold on one second. I need to get this arranged. Sorry, my computer's just being really slow. All right, this is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar for May 21st, 2025.
Esta es la lista de casos de vistas incoativas para el 21 de mayo 2025.
The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the first calendar of the month will apply to all matters on this calendar.
La orden emitida por esta sala para la toma de huellas digitales y muestras de ADN en el primer día del mes aplicará a esta lista de casos.
Mr. Arguello Jimenez, will you please come all the way to the podium? You'll be first.
Señor Arguello Jiménez, entre a la sala y tome su lugar detrás del podio.
Then Mr. Atienza Otero, if you please wait by the chair just inside the door, you'll be next.
Señor Atienzo Otero, tome asiento en la silla que está justo dentro de la sala. Usted será siguiente.
All right. Sir, may I have your full name and your date of birth?
Yeah.
Señor, su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento.
Oscar Armando Arguello Jiménez y 10 de enero de 1987.
Oscar Armando Arguello Jiménez, January 10, 1987.
All right, thank you. You have been arrested on the following allegations.
Muy bien. A usted se le ha arrestado por las siguientes acusaciones.
Aggravated assault by the impeding of breathing or strangulation in a domestic relationship.
Agresión agravada por impedir la respiración o por estrangulación en una relación doméstica.
That is a class 4 felony.
Eso es un delito de categoría 4.
Assault, a class 1 misdemeanor.
Agresión, una falta de categoría 1.
And criminal damage, a class 2 misdemeanor.
Daño en propiedad ajena, una falta de categoría 2.
There is probable cause for all of those crimes, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in this case.
Dicto que hay fundamento fáctico para esas acusaciones y le asignaré un abogado en este caso.
Your next court date will be a status conference on May 28th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su siguiente comparecencia será una consulta de actualización el 28 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Your preliminary hearing will be May 30th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su audiencia preliminar será el 30 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
The court address will be on your paperwork.
La dirección del tribunal estará en su hoja.
You have a $25,000 secured appearance bond in this case.
En este caso tendrá fianza respaldada por el importe de $25,000.
If you deposit that money with the court, you will be released while you wait for your trial in this case.
Si usted presta esta fianza, usted estará en libertad provisional mientras se resuelve su caso.
That includes electronic monitoring under the supervision of pretrial services.
Esto incluirá monitoreo electrónico bajo la supervisión de control de procesados.
You have other conditions you're ordered to follow that include you may not go to nor reside at the scene of the alleged crimes.
Tendrá condiciones para esa libertad. Entre estas tendrá prohibido ir al lugar de los supuestos hechos y tendrá prohibido vivir en ese lugar.
You may not have any contact with either of the alleged victims, and that includes your son.
Tiene prohibido contacto con cualquiera de los supuestos afectados. Esto incluye su hijo.
No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription.
Tiene prohibido armas, tiene prohibido drogas sin una receta médica.
You may do a civil standby one time with a law enforcement officer if you need to collect belongings from the residence.
Usted podrá solicitar el acompañamiento de un agente del orden público una vez para ir a la vivienda y retirar sus pertenencias personales nada más.
But you may otherwise not go to any part of that apartment complex while the case is pending.
Aparte de eso, no podrá ir a ningún lugar de esa instalación de apartamentos mientras que su caso esté pendiente.
If you step to your left, the officer will have your paperwork in just a moment. Thank you.
Pase a su izquierda, le darán una hoja ahí enseguida. Gracias.
All right, Mr. Atienzo,
Señora Tienzo,
and then Uriel Arzola, will you please go to the chair there? You'll be after Mr. Atienzo.
Uriel Arzola, pase a la silla, por favor. Usted seguirá después del señor Atienzo.
All right, I need your full name and date of birth, please.
Nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Alberto Jordán Atienzo Otero, 12 de agosto de 1997.
Alberto Jordán Atienzo Otero, August 12, 1997.
All right, thank you. You have been arrested on one allegation of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle. That's a class 5 felony.
Muy bien. Usted ha sido acusado de huir del orden público en un vehículo. Eso es un delito de categoría 5.
There is probable cause for that crime, and I am going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Just letting the officer know I need to reprint your paperwork.
Dicto que hay fundamento fáctico para su caso y le asignaré un abogado y le hago saber al oficial que tendré que imprimir su hoja de nuevo.
All right. Your status conference will be May 28th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su consulta de actualización será el 28 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Your preliminary hearing will be May 30th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su audiencia preliminar el 30 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Based on what's been alleged against you today, as well as your history of formal removals from the United States, bond is set in your case at $5,000 secured.
Basándome en lo que se ha presentado en su caso el día de hoy y en los antecedentes que tiene de ser expulsado previamente de este país, se fija una fianza en su caso de $5,000.
Because the court believes you are very unlikely to voluntarily appear for future court hearings.
Esto por el motivo de que esta sala cree que usted es propenso a no presentarse a sus audiencias futuras.
You may not possess any weapons nor drive without a valid driver's license.
Tiene prohibido tener armas, tiene prohibido conducir sin licencia válida.
Everything you need to know is on your paperwork, but officer, we do need to reprint it. All right, if you step to your left.
Todo lo que ocupa saber vendrá en la hoja que se le entregue, pero oficial, venga por la otra copia que hemos imprimido.
If you have a seat, we're going to send it out to you.
Tome asiento y en un momento le dan la hoja.
Oh, there it is.
Bueno, ahí la tiene.
Okay, Mr. Arzola?
Señor Arzola.
Hello, sir. May I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Hola, señor. Su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Uriel Arzola Gallegos, 7 de septiembre de 1999.
Uriel Arzola Gallegos, September 7th, 1999.
So your first last name is Arzola, your second last name is Gallegos?
Su primer apellido es Arzola y su último apellido es Gallegos?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And I apologize, what was the date of birth?
Gracias. ¿Y cuál fue su fecha de nacimiento?
7 de septiembre de 1999.
September 7th, 1999.
All right, thank you. You are here on one allegation of possession of a forged or false document. That is a class 4 felony.
Bueno, usted está aquí por posesión de un documento falsificado. Ese es un delito de categoría 4.
Identity theft, a class 4 felony.
Usurpación de identidad, un delito de categoría 4.
Criminal speeding, a class 3 misdemeanor.
Exceder el límite de velocidad, una falta. Your Honor, did the court say a class 3 misdemeanor?
It is. If you're reading it on the screen is wrong. The officers never get that one right. It's a class 3.
Okay. Y se le acusa de exceder el límite de velocidad, una falta de categoría 3.
And reckless driving, which is a class 2 misdemeanor under Arizona law.
Y se le acusa de manejo temerario. Esa es una falta de categoría 2 según la ley de Arizona.
There is probable cause for those crimes, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you.
Dicto que hay fundamento fáctico para esas acusaciones y les asignaré un abogado.
Your next court date is a status conference, May 28th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court.
Su siguiente comparecencia es una consulta de actualización el día 28 de mayo a las 8:30 en el Tribunal Superior en el centro de la ciudad.
Your preliminary hearing will be May 30th at 8:30 in the morning.
La audiencia preliminar en su caso será el 30 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
The court address will be on your paperwork.
La dirección del tribunal vendrá escrita en su hoja.
You have a $2,500 secured appearance bond.
Tiene una fianza respaldada en su caso de $2,500.
You are ordered not to have any contact with the alleged victim.
Tiene prohibido contacto con la supuesta víctima.
And to comply with all of your other written orders.
Y tendrá que cumplir con las otras órdenes, con las otras condiciones de su libertad escritas.
If you'll step to your left, the officer has a copy. Thank you.
Pase a la izquierda, le entregarán una copia. Gracias.
Okay.
All right. And if the interpreter could make a general call, I do think that's everybody.
Yes, ma'am. Buenos días a todos. Soy el intérprete de la comisionada. ¿Hay alguien más que no habla inglés que necesita intérprete de español? Si es así, levante la mano ahora, por favor.
She's just checking with one guy. Okay, looks like we're good. All right, thank you. Have a great day.
You too, ma'am. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Cousins, Michaela Cousins. And then Eloy Solis. Will you please go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
7/28/1998.
All right, thank you. You're here on two things. One is a new case and one is a warrant in an older case. In the new case, you were arrested for narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, escape in the second degree, which is a Class 5 felony, and resisting arrest as a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. You're going to have the same lawyer in this case that you do in your older case. In your older case, you have already been charged with narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and a warrant went out for your arrest after you failed to appear at a status conference on November 21st of last year. We're going to reschedule that status conference together with the status conference in your new case for May 28th at 8:30 in the morning, which is 1 week from today in the downtown Superior Court. We're going to set both of those for a preliminary hearing on Friday, May 30th at 8:30 in the morning in the same court. All right, in the new case, because there is probable cause for new felonies, while you have a pending felony case, you must be held for a bail hearing. I cannot release you in the new case today. You are held without bond at least until your bail hearing, which will be the afternoon of Wednesday, May 28th, 1:30 p.m. That's 1 week from today. It is an evidentiary hearing. If you see that on your paperwork, that is your bail hearing. All right, in the older case, your bond is $1,000 secured with written release conditions, but you shouldn't even try to post that bond if you're still being held without bond in your new case. But you'll see your lawyer for both in a week. In the morning, they'll tell you what's going to happen at your bail hearing in the afternoon. Everything's on your paperwork if you step to your left.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Solis? And then Robert Jackson, will you go to the chair, please? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Eloy Gomez Solis, 10/386.
All right, thank you. You are here on a new case. You were arrested for multiple things. The police did not provide enough information about what they alleged the drugs were, so for purposes of this hearing only, I'm not finding probable cause on the drugs, so I'm going to talk about those at the end. The allegations I do find probable cause for are theft of a means of transportation, a Class 3 felony, possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, theft as a Class 1 misdemeanor, and failing to admit the carrying of a deadly weapon when asked by a police officer, that's a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for all of those. There is not, for purposes of this hearing only, probable cause on the possession of dangerous and narcotic drugs for sale, nor the possession of a weapon during the commission of a drug offense charge, nor the drug paraphernalia allegation. Those are not dismissed. I'm just not setting release conditions for them. You can talk to your lawyer about how that works, but they are not magically gone. I'm just not setting release conditions for them. So talk to your lawyer about how that works. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is the status conference, 1 week from today, May 28th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 30th at 8:30 in the same court. Bond on the charges I did find probable cause for is set at $25,000 that is secured. That means you can use a bail bondsman. That is based on the fact that there appears to be a strong weight of evidence against you. You have an extensive history of conviction for this type of offense, and the court finds you are very unlikely to voluntarily appear for trial in a case where you face over 11 years mandatory prison if you are convicted. So that's for these. I will tell you the state recommended $50,000 cash, which was probably appropriate had the court found probable cause on the drug charges, but I did not. So talk to your lawyer about that. Do not go to the scene of the alleged crimes, and that's particularly wherever the car may allegedly have been stolen from. No contact with the victim of any of the theft offenses in the case. No weapons, no drugs, without a valid prescription. Everything is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, she's going to
Hey, can I say something though? Was it could be on paperwork?
I'm sorry?
Can I say something so it could be on file?
Sure.
I had pictures of the title and pictures of the number where I bought the vehicle from. They were showing that, and they still put that on me. I was not caught with no weapon on me or in my possession. I didn't have nothing, so I don't know how those charges are gonna stick on me. I don't know. I don't see how that's possible. You know what I mean? But everything. I don't say that everything's on my phone and my property. Messages to where the car was bought, and messages.
Well, you can talk to your lawyer about trying to prove that, but at this point, sir, with 6 prior felonies, 3 of those are for stolen vehicle, and they allege you're in a car with a cracked column, the court doesn't find your claim credible right now. It doesn't rebut probable cause.
That's fine. I just want to put
that
on record.
Talk to your lawyer about proving that later. All right, if you step to your left, you get your paperwork. Mr. Jackson? And then Bianca Garnica, will you go to the chair, please? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Robert Jackson, 9/15/2000.
All right, thank you. Here in a new case. You were accused of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. That's a Class 3 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. You have 2 upcoming court dates. The first is a status conference 1 week from today, which is May 28th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing May 30th at 8:30 in the same court. The court has considered what's been alleged against you, your lack of criminal history, and the court has factored in the potential self-defense claim the police reported that you asserted to them. It does not rebut probable cause, but the court will set bond in a lower amount than what was recommended by the state. The state recommended $50,000. This court sets bond in the amount of $10,000 secured. Secured means you can use the services of a bail bond company. If you're out of custody, you will be on an ankle monitor under the supervision of pretrial services to ensure that you stay away from the alleged victims. No contact with any co-defendants you may have. I don't know that you will have any, but if you end up with a co-defendant or co-defendants, no contact with them. No weapons, no drugs, and no alcohol. Obey any order of protection or order against harassment that is served on you. If you step to your left, the officer will give you a copy of your paperwork. Ms. Garnica? And then Larry Herrera, we go to the chair. Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Bianca Garnica, 7/23/85.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for criminal damage, a Class 6 felony, assault, disorderly conduct, and a total of 3 misdemeanor allegations of criminal damage. There is probable cause for all of those. Only the one criminal damage, the Class 6 felony, that's the only felony. The rest are misdemeanors. There's probable cause, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference May 28th, which is this Wednesday at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 30th at 8:30 in the same court. Based on your criminal history, the court sets bail in your case at $5,000 secured. That is means you can use a bail bondsman. I was just thinking, you allegedly live at this location, is that correct?
Well, it was my boyfriend, but I barely moved here, like 2 months.
I know that. I'm not giving you permission to go to California right now. You can argue for that to the trial court.
Okay.
What I'm trying to figure out is where you will be staying.
I have my cousin that lives out here too.
Do you need to do a civil standby at this location to get belongings? Do you have belongings?
I think they already got taken. Picking up.
Okay, because you could, if you have a cousin who could go pick up anything that's left, that's okay, then you don't have to go through the police.
Yeah, I won't go through there.
But if I don't give you permission in your paperwork, the police won't send an officer to go with you, and then you'll just be violating it.
Yeah, I won't go. I will not.
All right, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. So talk to the trial judge, talk to your lawyer about asking for permission to reside in California while the case is pending. I'm not giving you permission, but your court date is literally next week. So go, talk to your lawyer. By then, perhaps you have some things assembled that may persuade the trial court that you will appear. I am concerned, based on your criminal history and your ties to another state, that you're not going to voluntarily appear. So, but you're not, it's not that you can't ever get that permission. I'm just not giving that to you today. So talk to your lawyer about establishing that to the trial court's satisfaction. All right, if you take your paperwork, you get a copy of that. Thank you. Mr. Herrera? And then Charles Hendershot, will you go to the chair? Where's Larry Herrera?
Go, pay attention, Herrera.
And then Charles Hendershot, will you go to the chair? Mr. Herrera, all the way to the podium. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Larry Adolfo Herrera, 8186.
Okay, thanks. You're here on 2 probation warrants. Looks like you're on probation for a Class 4 and a Class 6 felony, and there were petitions to revoke your probation filed in both cases back on November 12th of last year. They allege that you violated terms 3 and 5. You'll get copies of those from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing 1 week from today, which is Wednesday, May 28th at 8:30 in the morning. Your bond in the DUI case, which is the Class 4 felony, is $1,500 secured. In the Class 6 felony case, it's $500 secured. That is $2,000 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions, and call your POs in 72 hours. She got your
So, I can be reinstated?
You could potentially be reinstated, yes. That's why you're getting a bond. If the court believed there was no chance of you being reinstated, you would be held without bond. So there is a chance that you'll be reinstated. I'm affirming the bond that the probation judge gave you 6 months ago. I didn't raise it. Sometimes I do on these, but it looks like you didn't try to dodge the warrants. You're not accused of, lying about your name or running away. So I just imposed what those
I was trying to take
ordered.
care of this, Your Honor.
Sir, I don't believe that. Stop. Go tell that to the probation judge. I did not raise the bond, but I'm not lowering the bond the probation judge gave you. I gave you exactly what they gave you 6 full months ago. So you deal with the probation judge. Could you be revoked to prison? Yes. Could you be reinstated? Yes. You have a lawyer to help you try to get the outcome that you want. But you're going to have to bond out if you're going to be out of custody while all of that is taking place. If you step to your left, you'll get your paperwork. Mr. Hendershot? And after that, Josiel Garcia de la Cruz, will you please go to the chair? Hi there. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Charles Leroy Hendershot, 12/27/70.
Okay, thanks. I got on the wrong sheet, sorry. All right, sir, you are here on a probation warrant. You're on probation for a Class 4 felony, and there was a petition to revoke your probation filed on January 28th of 2022. That petition alleges that you violated terms 6, 7, 11, and 12. You'll get a copy of it from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing 1 week from today, which is May 28th at 8:30 in the morning. The address is on your paperwork. Your bond is $1,000. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions. You must call the probation department within 72 hours of release. The main number is on your paperwork. So keep that paperwork with you. If you bond out, you call them within 72 hours. Good luck.
I just got released from California. Is that not going to matter? You know
From where?
I just got released from California, so I am in a clean stance. I got a bunch of credits. I've been doing what I need.
And I read the circumstances of your arrest. It says more than 5 felonies, including new DV charges in California. It's extremely unlikely you had permission to go to California.
Yeah,
So I don't believe you're going to voluntarily appear, sir. I have zero expectation you will voluntarily appear. They accuse you of squatting in a residential house when they arrested you, and that there were drugs involved. I don't think there's a remote possibility you're not going to do this again. It's been over 3 years. Over 3 years. No contact from you to the probation department. So no, I won't lower the bond.
I can be
if you step to your left, right now you could be revoked to prison. So step to your left, she'll get your paperwork. Mr. Garcia de la Cruz? Then Destiny Howard, will you go to the chair? Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please? What's your name, sir?
It's going to be Josiel Garcia de la Cruz.
Okay. What's your date of birth?
05-2002. No, wait, 05-03-2002.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case and 2 warrants. In the new case, you were arrested for, just 1 second. Oh, okay, right, 2 probation warrants. In the new case, you were arrested for possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those. They also booked you for possession of dangerous drugs, but for purposes of this hearing only, the court does not find probable cause on the methamphetamine allegation because the police didn't provide sufficient information to support that allegation. It is not dismissed. I'm just not setting release conditions for it. You can talk to your lawyer more about how that works, but there is probable cause for the narcotics and the drug paraphernalia. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference, May 28th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. That date, May 28th at 8:30, that will also be a revocation arraignment hearing in both of your probation cases because you failed to appear at a revocation arraignment hearing in both of your probation cases on April 24th. That's numbers 3 and 5 on the calendar, and there was a warrant issued for your arrest in both cases. So, May 28th is your court date for all 3 cases. Then in the new case only, I'm scheduling a preliminary hearing for Friday, May 30th at 8:30 in the morning. All of this will be on your paperwork. Your bond in each of the 3 cases is $500 secured for $1,500 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions and call your PO within 72 hours of release. If you step to your left, she'll give you a copy of your paperwork. Thank you. Ms. Howard? And then Chandel McCune, will you please go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. May I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Yes, it's Destiny Lynn Howard, October 12th, 1971.
All right, thank you. You are here on 2 probation violation warrants. You're on probation for 2 Class 4 felonies, and back on May 16th, there were petitions to revoke your probation filed in both cases, alleging that you violated terms 3, 4, and 5 of your intensive probation. You'll get copies of those from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you in both cases. Same next court date for both cases. It is 1 week from today, May 28th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown probation court. That will be a revocation arraignment hearing and a possible disposition hearing. Your bond in each of the 2 cases is $500 secured for $1,000 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions, you have to call your PO within 24 hours of release because you are on IPS. You
Your
step to the
Honor,
left,
may I ask, my situation has dramatically changed, positively. I went into the Changing Life Center program at the beginning of May here, and I was so sick, I couldn't get my medicine. I left the program. I finally did get my medicine, and I was able to take it. I mean, a second dose. Anyhow, that was being all said and done. I'm still not over my bronchitis, as you could obviously hear, but I was making progress. I talked to this lady at this.
You need to hold this to your lawyer. None of that moves the needle on whether this court believes you're going to appear. You're on IPS. You've been revoked before, multiple times, multiple reinstatements, I should say. You've been violated and reinstated multiple times. I'm reading the APETS notes. There's no mention of that, and ma'am, I decline to take your word for it. You're going to have to prove it at this point in time. So please step to your left. She's going to give you your paperwork.
There's something a job.
Mr. McCune? Then Ryan Serban, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Sunday McKeon,
Which date of birth, sir?
08/08/90.
Okay, thanks. You're here on 1 new case and 2 probation warrants. In your new case, you were arrested for possessing narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, passively resisting arrest, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor, and criminal trespass, which is a Class 2 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is a status conference, May 28th, which is 1 week from today, 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing May 30th at 8:30 in the morning. That will be on your paperwork. Now, you're on probation in 2 different cases, and there were petitions to revoke your probation filed in both cases on May 1st of this year. You'll get copies of those from your lawyer. The petitions allege that you violated terms 3, 5, and 15. Looks like you're on probation for resisting arrest and drug paraphernalia possession. All right, your next court date in the downtown probation court will be May 28th at 8:30 in the morning. So you'll have all 3 cases on the 28th, and then just the new case for a preliminary hearing back Friday. In each of the 2 probation cases, your bond is $500 secured. In the new case, it is $50 secured to make you eligible for credit for time in custody. That is $1,050 total with written conditions. If you bond out, comply with all of those, call your PO within 72 hours. She's got your paperwork for you. Thank you. Mr. Serban, and then Paul Vanas, will you please go to the chair?
Good
Hello, sir, may I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Of course you can, Ms. Honor. It's going to be Ryan Servin, 09/07/2005.
Okay, thank you. Just one second. Okay. Mr. Servin, you're here because you have been indicted by a grand jury, which means a grand jury met, they heard evidence, and they found probable cause to formally charge you with aggravated assault, a Class 3 dangerous felony, and disorderly conduct, a Class 6 dangerous felony. Dangerous is a legal definition. The alleged offense date is January 28th of 2024. And so, I am appointing a lawyer for you.
Okay.
Your next court date is an arraignment hearing, which will be 1 week from today, May 28th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court.
Okay.
Now, in this case, this does appear, I don't know this for a fact, but it appears that among the things the state may have been waiting for, no, you would have turned 18 last year. Yeah, you're about to turn 20. Okay.
Yes.
I don't know why they
And
wouldn't.
I have already been indicted with those same exact.
Oh, have you? Okay,
Yes,
just one
but-
second. Let me look, okay?
No
Because
worries. Of
I thought they were waiting.
Take your time, take your time.
I thought they were waiting to charge you until you turned 18, but no, that's not correct.
No. So I was actually 18
February
at the
8th.
time, but the thing, what happened was I was actually in custody for 2 days until I bailed out. So what happened is you guys should have emailed me, or not emailed, but, mailed
Right.
me or like contacted me about a
They
court hearing.
can
or
do that.
something.
They don't always. They'll re-indict you without telling you. So you're saying you have a pending Superior Court case?
I do not, because I have a signature saying that my charges were not filed.
Okay. All right, then I do know what happened. Okay. Because sometimes the cases fail to link properly in our system if there's a slight difference in the spelling or something like that. And so I wanted to make sure that if you have a pending case that I looked at the status of that. So I know what happened in your case. You were initially arrested.
Yes.
For reasons of their own, they don't have to tell us what they are.
And
The
this
county
was
attorney.
2024.
Correct. I saw the arrest on your criminal history. The county attorney chose not to immediately file the case. When they do that, the charges go away. But there is a 7-year statute of limitations, and they can charge you later. So obviously they did. This indictment was handed down February 8th of 2024. So this has been waiting to find you all that time.
That
I
is
mean, it's to your
crazy.
credit. You did not get arrested for anything else in that time.
Yeah.
And so in this case, what I'm going to do, and you know, these are complicated. The grand jury situation is complicated, but because I do not know what you are accused of, I could probably track back and find it in our system. I have not done that
Yes, ma'am.
because I presume if it is charged as a dangerous offense, the allegation is a firearm. I take that as a given. If the bond that was set out of grand jury at the time, so it was about a week or 10 days later that you got charged by the grand jury, if it was quote unquote only $5,000, that it is not likely of a nature that this court would consider needing a higher bond than that, and it has been well over a year, and you haven't been arrested or accused of having any issue with the alleged victim. So I'm trying to balance all of those factors.
Thank you.
What I'm going to do is put you on an ankle monitor, but I'm not going to make you post bond.
Thank
I
you
want
so
the
much.
ankle monitor because this is clearly, it's a weapon allegation.
Yes, ma'am.
That's very serious. But as I said, I am factoring in all of those other things and hoping that this is enough to keep the community safe, to keep the alleged
Your Honor,
victim safe.
Miss McLaughlin, is it?
You can just say Commissioner McLaughlin if you want.
Commissioner, Miss McLaughlin. I've been trying to call as well, the courtroom as well. I'm trying to see if I did have any outgoing search warrants or any
They don't
arrests
tell
or
you.
anything
Grand
like
jury
that.
indictments are secret.
Gotcha.
And so that's
Okay, that
why
makes sense.
they won't tell you. And so, in any event, it ends up, I think in this case, probably working to your favor, because if you had been arrested on the warrant right after it went out, the court might have been more inclined to set that $5,000. What the state asked for out of grand jury and what the judge granted them at the time was $5,000 secured. But this court believes, given the length of time that's gone by, without you having any apparent issue, so
Work full-time.
Your lack of other history. I don't think they found any juvenile history for you either.
Yes, ma'am.
It's my hope that an ankle monitor is enough to get you to court and keep the community safe. So, absolutely no contact with the alleged victims. I don't know who they are because that was presented to the grand jury.
Yes, ma'am.
No contact with any co-defendants. You have at least one because you are co-defendant number 2. So whoever is, I can probably tell you because it's been so long, they are probably in custody. And so,
really?
Not in custody, I'm sorry. They're probably in the system.
Oh, okay.
Meaning, just one second. I can find it. Let me look real quick.
Oh, Aiden Eggers. I don't know if you know that name.
It's going to come up. No, there's 30,000 cases a year filed. Okay, that person's name is Aiden Eggers. So to the extent you may have been having contact with him up till now, that must stop. I do also show that it looks like he went to prison.
Yes, he is in prison.
To the extent, he might reach out to you or something, don't respond.
Correct.
Don't try to contact him. That stops right now.
Yes.
And
I also had one other question. When I got arrested in 2024, they took my phone as evidence. I tried getting it back. I want to know how I can get my phone back.
Talk to your lawyer. The police may be willing to release it if they've now imaged it, meaning they've downloaded it and they're done using it as evidence. But your lawyer is going to need to work on that for you or with you. They may tell you, listen, we defend your case. But they'll usually have.
I should have my lawyer talk to the cops on their own. I shouldn't do it myself.
You can. You can call the Property and Evidence Bureau and say, but what they'll just say is, yes, you can come get it, or no, it's being held for evidence. Gotcha. They might also say we don't have it. Right. But, you have to take that up with them. Sounds good. So let me just look real quick.
So I have no bail. I am on ankle monitor, correct? You're on.
Right. I'm just reading because actually I have the pre-sentence report from your co-defendant's case. I see. Okay. All right. I'm good with the ankle monitor for you even reading this.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I can see why your co-defendant may have ended up in prison and why they did not charge you immediately. And I do believe, reading it, that this should be enough, the ankle monitor, to keep the community safe. Just keep your nose out of trouble.
Yes, Your Honor.
Don't miss your court hearings. Do not go to that store. Did I put scene of the crime? Yeah,
not
don't
go
there.
Not at all.
Don't go there. No, do everything you're asked to do. You do have to stick around to get hooked up to the ankle monitor. Hopefully that will be within a few hours, but it should be by the end of the day. Just try to be patient. The ankle monitor slows down release, but if you're lucky, and it'll be sooner rather than later.
Perfect.
But you should be, we hope, sleeping in your own bed tonight.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Mr. Banas? And then Calvin Pisano, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
So, Paul J. Banas, and my birthday is August 14th, 1962.
Okay, thanks. All right, Mr. Banas, you are here on a new case. The allegation is aggravated driving under the influence of alcohol while impaired to the slightest degree. That's a Class 4 felony. Actually, they allege a preliminary BAC of .308. So on that BAC, you could be charged under the aggravated DUI statute in a total of 4 different ways. But I'll find that they've shown you were impaired to the slightest degree. Again, a Class 4 felony. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because the financial profile says you're making $6,500 a month as an exterminator. Is that correct?
Approximately.
All right, and so I don't want you to confess to any crimes while you're here in court, but sir, I've looked at your MVD record today. It says your license is suspended. So I'm preparing to order you not to drive. I could order don't drive at all. I'm tempted to do that on a .308 allegation because people who drive, people who can speak at that level of intoxication, they're not comatose, are almost categorically alcoholics. That somebody who's not an alcoholic will be hospitalized under a life-threatening case of alcohol poisoning when they get to .308. So I'm very, very concerned about the safety of the community. That being said, I also don't show a bunch of priors for this. I don't know what the charge was that you were suspended for. I don't know. It was a failure to appear on a criminal suspension. But it's not popping up what the underlying case is. In the meantime, the police say you have an outstanding Gilbert warrant, and they don't say what it was for. So the reason I'm saying all of this is this case may or may not stay a felony. That is up to the county attorney's office, because the law says driving under the influence while your license is suspended for any reason at all is a Class 4 felony. Often, the county attorney decides not to pursue felony charges if the suspension wasn't for a DUI-related case. Then they may choose to go forward as a misdemeanor. That's entirely up to them. That is not up to me. It does meet the legal elements of the Class 4 felony. So I am very, very concerned about the safety of the public. I'm also concerned about putting you out of a job. If I order you not to drive without a valid license, I'm not giving you permission to drive without a valid license. Only the state of Arizona can do that. So I think what I'm going to do is, I'm probably going to reprint this. Just one second. I'm going to put is prohibited currently I'm going to say you're prohibited from driving until you've presented a currently valid driver's license to pretrial services. So what I'm trying to do is account for the fact that you could theoretically get released, go to MVD, get yourself sorted out, and have a driver's license. Then you bring it to pretrial, you show it to pretrial, and they'll go, okay, you won't be violating release conditions in this case if you drive. But it is unfortunate that it sounds like your means of living is dependent on having a driver's license, because your MVD record shows your driver's license was suspended in 2022 for whatever that was. I don't know what it was. Failure to appear for a criminal violation, suspension effective date April 27 of 2022. So that is a situation the court cannot and would not help you with, because people who do commit this type of offense, if you did it, are categorically dangerous. They are dangerous. So you will alcohol test for us. That is not optional. My guess is that you may be suffering from withdrawal symptoms right now. I don't know. So you still have to test for us. Pretrial can watch for that to go down. They can assess the level, but I prohibit you from drinking, and I'm ordering you to alcohol test. That being said, people who are very seriously addicted to alcohol can't go cold turkey without it being life-threatening. That's just a medical fact. So, you know, I'm trying to encourage you, even if you think you will test dirty, you go test. You go and test. No alcohol, no drugs without a valid prescription. I'm not seeing any felony priors, but I'm going to release you. I'm not going to make you post a bond, because as I said, I'm not entirely sure this may even continue as a felony prosecution. But I will tell you, Mr. Van Ass, if it does, if you are convicted, which you're a long way from being convicted, but if you are, you're going to do no less than 4 months in the state penitentiary, followed by probation. A Class 4 felony has a mandatory minimum. It's 120 days in the men's prison. If you're lucky, that'll be the Lewis Prison Complex. What is that, on the west side of town? If you're not lucky, it could be in southern Arizona. But you'll do 4 months in prison and then come out on probation. So, Mr. Van Ass, this window of time is critically important to comply with your release condition, because you are innocent until proven guilty in this case, but the county attorney may well make decisions based on how you do between now and your trial. That includes if they do go forward on this. And frankly, even if they don't typically go forward when it's an FTA on something other than a DUI, that kind of suspension, they may choose to, because a .308 blood alcohol is nothing to ignore. Yeah. Statistically speaking, the odds that you will do this again and continue to do it until you hurt or kill other people or yourself are very high, very high. And so I can't stress enough the importance of complying with your release conditions
All right.
and not doing this while the case is pending. Everything will be on your paperwork. So you're going to be released. I'm not putting on an ankle monitor. I don't know what, if anything, that would serve. You take the envelope, you call pretrial after you get out. They're going to set up the alcohol testing for you. You do it where, when, and how they say. You go to court. If you get your license reinstated while the case is pending, go take a copy to pretrial and show it to them. And then you will not be violating your release conditions if you drive. All right. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. Everything's on your paperwork. If you step to your left, you get a copy. Oh, thank you. Yes, I did do something. That's right. Mr. Pisano, where are you? Yeah, they're going to get you a new one, sir. You can go and have a seat, Mr. Van Ness. They're going to bring it out to you. Mr. Pisano. And then Louis Robles, will you go to the chair? Hello, how are you? He does? Does it say what it's for? Okay, that's okay. Well, I mean, that's not going to change my decision. I knew he had a warrant from Gilbert.
It's Gilbert City Court, Superior Court.
Okay. Hit and run. Oh, okay. All right. Well, Mr. Benas, I guess you do have a hold from Gilbert City. You can come back in if you can't hear me. It doesn't change my decision. No, you're okay. It doesn't change my decision. I'm just letting you know that even though I released you, Gilbert, you either have to post their bond, I don't know how much it is, or the Gilbert Police Department gets 24 hours to come and get you from Maricopa and take you to their jail. They have their own jail, so we don't do those hearings for them. So I'm just warning you, I don't think you're going to hit the street immediately. You're going to either have to post Gilbert's bond, and the officers can look it up for you, how much that is. Either you have to post their bond, or they're going to come and get you, and they have 24 hours to do it. So I'm just mostly warning you. It doesn't change my decision, and the officer said the only note she can see on the reason for the warrant is it was a hit and run, which doesn't do you any credit, but it doesn't change my calculus. So go and have a seat, and they can let you know after court how much that bail is. All right, apologies, Mr. Pisano. Full name and date of birth, please. What's your name?
Calvin Nicholas Pisano.
What's your date of birth?
3/1/97.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a new case. You got arrested for narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and criminal damage as a Class 1 domestic violence misdemeanor. There is probable cause for those. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is going to be a status conference, June 5th, which is about 2 weeks from now, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing, June 9th at 8:30. I'm going to release you to pretrial services, no ankle monitor, no testing. What the police are alleging is that you hurt property, not a person, not a hands-on with a person. Now, domestic violence criminal damage is absolutely, and I'm not going to go on my soapbox about that. Yes, that is a criminal violence, domestic violence offense. It's literally defined in the law because it does make sense. I also see that you apparently have been accused of this before, July 18th of 2023, March 26th of 2021. You got a DUI out of 2020, May of 2020. The other thing is marijuana and minor in possession of alcohol. So the smashing of property, not a new allegation against you. I'm still releasing you to pretrial services. But I'm giving you domestic violence release conditions. And what I'm telling you is they apply, whether I put an ankle monitor on you or a bond to enforce that. That means you have to stay somewhere else while the case is pending. You cannot stay where the alleged victim lives. They allege it's your girlfriend. You can do a civil standby one time with a law enforcement officer to collect belongings. You may not go there on your own. If you do, you are subject to arrest. Even if she contacts you first, you may not respond. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. What did you want to say?
I was going to have a question. I just didn't really fully understand. Are you releasing me on my own recognizance?
It's a form of own recognizance. You have to report into pretrial because I also want you to tell them where you're staying. But I'm not putting an ankle monitor on you unless you motivate me to, or a bond, because you're not accused of hurting her. You're accused of smashing her phone. It's also not your first rodeo with this. So I am not permitting you to stay there while the case is pending. I'm not permitting you to have contact with her. But given you don't have any violent convictions from the past, I'm not putting an ankle monitor on you. This is basically, you have to agree that you will comply. Do you agree?
100%, yeah.
Okay, then we're good. So you're going to get released. You're going to have an envelope that tells you where to call when you get out to report into pretrial. Pretrial will give you instructions. You just let them know you're finding a new place to stay. To do the civil standby, you call your arresting agency. It looks like it was Phoenix. You tell them I need a civil standby. They're going to want to see your paperwork to see that I did give you permission. They'll send an officer to go with you and keep the peace while you collect some stuff. Then you need to call pretrial. Even if it's like night to night, if you're couch surfing for a while, you can call pretrial every night and say, here's where I am tonight. You just have to update them with where you're staying so they can keep track of you, and they'll help you keep track of your court dates. But everything else will be on your paperwork.
Last question. Can, instead of doing that, can I just not go to the apartment at all and have my grandmother pick up my clothes? Because that's where I would
yeah, if you
stay.
think grandma can do that peacefully, don't try to pass messages to the girlfriend. If you think grandma can, send grandma with a list and maybe even a note that says this, to whom it may concern, right? Grandma may pick up my stuff. Here, grandma, go. And then, but don't set your grandma up for a fight. But that's okay as long as you're not passing messages to the victim and you think grandma can go and get a list and that the victim would let her in. But if the victim doesn't, if she says no, then you're going to have to get the cop to go with you and do a civil standby if the victim doesn't allow it. But if she does and that works great, that is a good workaround. That is easier than the police.
I'm not going to lie. I think that relationship is running its course.
Okay. All right. Well, so if you want to do it that way and grandma can do it peacefully, just tell grandma. If she tells her no, grandma just needs to leave. And then you have to go through the police, and the police will send an officer to go with you, whether the victim likes it or not.
Okay.
So
my last question is, if I'm allowed to know, because I know it's kind of, whatever, is the victim Haley Johnson or Nicole?
You're fine. I may not be able to tell because the police aren't to put it.
I just wanted
they're
to
not
ask.
To put it in the thing. They call it the allegation is grab the cell phone and threw it to the ground, but then. And then in this Form 4, they allege girlfriend is all they typed. So I don't know. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I apologize. They typed, the box is checked. Victims and defendant reside together. Sometimes I get the cases confused.
That's fine.
I did check for it because for it to be a domestic violence offense, there has to be a specific legal relationship. And just being a roommate is one of those relationships. So if the other girl is a roommate, then I don't know which one it is.
This is the thing.
I'm sorry, I don't know. Be careful. I'd say don't talk to either one of them.
The only reason I was asking, Your Honor, is because when I went to go pick up my stuff originally, I brought my co-defendant, Robert Jackson. He was just in here earlier.
Oh, I didn't put the cases together.
And there was two people that did not reside in my house, inside my house, and then tried to shut the door on me, and one of them came out of the bathroom. So
I don't know. I'm looking at his, and I can't tell. I can't tell from his whether as to which. If you had two female roommates, there's no way for me to tell.
No, that's the thing. Me and my girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, we are the only people that reside in that house. There were two.
Well, okay, then right. What you're saying is you're saying could the victim be somebody who doesn't live there? Yes.
Yes.
But the police allege that it was somebody who does live there. So in terms of probable cause, they've made it over the line. Probable cause is a very low standard. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not even preponderance of the evidence. It's pretty low. They made the minimum allegation to get over the mark. So talk to your lawyer. You're going to get police reports from your lawyer. It's going to go through a charging process at the county attorney's office. They'll decide can they establish beyond a reasonable doubt a domestic relationship, because that if they don't think they can, they won't charge you with it. So this is going to go through a long process. So talk to your lawyer about all of that. In the meantime, don't have contact with the person you lived with.
Not at all.
Because that is the allegation. And so that's who I'm referring to. Just try to be patient. Go to court. It's going to be 2 weeks because I'm releasing you. And just try to comply with your release conditions while the whole thing is going on. Not complying with them could get you charged with a new crime. And I put a statute in there. I recommend you look it up and read it.
Okay.
And just do what it says in those orders. Stay away from them. Show up for court. Okay.
And I also had just one more question. I'm very sorry. The legality on self-defense. basically what is self-defense?
Oh, super fact-driven, and that's why we give you a lawyer. I'm sorry, I don't have time
No problem.
to give you a giant dissertation on self-defense. Talk to your lawyer. I mean, you can look stuff up on the internet, but the public defenders in Maricopa County are, honestly, they're very skilled and hardworking. They will have good information for you on their assessment of it once they've seen the police reports.
Thank you.
They need to see the police reports.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, no problem. You got your paperwork. Yes, ma'am.
Just depending on the 2 p.m., I think going to the hospital.
Oh.
He was asking if you'd be willing to see her at the hospital on your daughter.
Yeah, right, is it not that much of a rush? If there, because, do we need to beat the ambulance?
We talking about the one on Fort Chillicothe?
There's an ER run happening,
Yeah, she just had a seizure.
so it is a bit of a hurry, like they're probably hurrying. Let me see what was gonna happen. Okay, then let me just talk to Hughes and make sure it's okay with Hughes. Just give me 1 second. Okay, great. By the time I hobble over there, it'll be done. Muchas. Okay. Here's the court. Yes, we should. Okay. Well, they're not going to be very similar. Okay, are we ready? Yeah, I just kind of needed the door card. Okay, no worries, you run that. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Doesn't make that much longer. Like that. You go do a quick, like, court space that you guys are doing here, but with the chick that's on that, one on the ambulance stretcher.
Pick up where we left off. All right, so are we back on the record? All right. Sorry for the delay. Okay, we're going to pick up with, did I see Louis Robles? I did not. Mr. Robles right here at the podium. After that, Amanda Joe, we go to the chair. Hi, sir, can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Louis Robles, 10-1802.
All right, sir, you're here on two things. One is a new case. One is an older case that's been waiting to find you. So I'm going to start with your new arrest from yesterday. You were booked in on one allegation of selling narcotic drugs. It's a Class 2 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. I'm also appointing a lawyer in the older case. In the older case, you have been charged in a criminal complaint with possessing narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. This is alleged to have happened back on December 11th of 2021, and it looks like the court did not have a valid working address for you, and that's the only reason it turned into a warrant is because we could not find you. So we don't hold that against you. It's just a newly filed case. It happens to be from 4 years ago. So you're going to have the same lawyer for both cases. I'm going to give you the same next court date for both cases. It is June 5th, which is about 2 weeks from now, 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing June 9th at 8:30 in the same court. Now, given that the sale allegation in the new case is $5 worth, I am going to follow the risk recommendation, which is to release you on your own recognizance. Because, you know, in my mind, risk factor-wise, selling $5 worth is pretty much aggravated possession. So, so I'm not thinking that that allegation, even if it is true, makes you any less likely to appear. In fact, if that is all the police have, in my experience, the county attorney tends to drop it to simple possession. That is up to the county attorney, though. And so you can talk to your lawyer about that. The other one is simple possession. So just don't miss your court dates. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. Don't go back to the scene of the alleged crime. That's where you were arrested yesterday, particularly. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. Everything's going to be on your paperwork. If you step to your left, I'll give you copies.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, sure. Ms. Joe, Amanda Joe, and then Stephen Fowler, will you go to the chair? Hi, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Yes. Amanda Joe, 11/29/77.
Okay, thanks. You are here on a newly charged case and 2 probation holds that come with it. So in the new case, you've been charged in a criminal complaint, and it looks like this happened about 4 months ago, but it is always very annoying to me. I'm sure it's very annoying to the probationers. When the county attorney's office does not look to see whether somebody might be on probation, they just go ahead and ask for a warrant and a bond. So these are the charges, all right? And all of this is from October 30th of 2024. I'm sure you know what case I'm talking about. And what they've charged you with is a total of 2 counts of aggravated DUI with a license suspended for DUI, 2 counts of aggravated DUI as third or subsequent. Those are all Class 4 felonies. 2 counts of aggravated DUI with a passenger under the age of 15, and those are Class 6 felonies. So the alleged offense is October 30th of 2024, but you'll get police reports.
I didn't get nothing.
And charges from your lawyer. I'm saying you will get them through your lawyer. Your lawyer will have police reports for you. You'll get a full copy of the charges from your lawyer, and you can go over that with your lawyer.
Yeah, I didn't know I had a warrant, and so I didn't get no court letters.
Hold on, okay? Okay. So your next court date in this brand-new case is going to be a status conference June 5th, which is 2 weeks from now at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing June 9th at 8:30. That's going to be on your paperwork. Now, probation department, it is their standing policy that when this happens, they always file a term 1 hold. That means they notify you that they must file a petition to revoke your probation. So they're going to do that between now and your next court date. You do have to go to probation court. I'm sure the cases will come together in the system, but initially you're going to go to probation court first because that happens more quickly. So I'm appointing a lawyer for you in probation court. Your court date is 1 week from today, May 28th at 8:30 in the morning. That's a revocation arraignment just for the 2 probation cases. Then your court date for the new DUI cases is the week after that. So next week is probation, the week after that. But they can get them all brought together pretty quickly.
Okay.
All right, so, oh shoot, wait a minute. I think one of these I forgot to fill out any release conditions. Yeah, okay, sorry. 31 I need to reprint because very silly, I did not actually check any release conditions. Sorry, just give me 1 second. And you're on standard probation as far as I can tell, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so, okay, this is going to, so it's 31 that I need to reprint. There's one of them that has no little numbered release conditions just because I forgot. Okay. All right, in each of these 3 cases, I looked at your probation notes, I looked at the overall situation. I'm going to release you with alcohol testing and monitoring. So, and that's because I can't see that probation's been doing it. And I want to force them to.
Okay.
Because pretrial services is a division of adult probation, so they can decide, I put pretrial services / adult probation. I really don't care which department gets you alcohol testing. I just want to force them to alcohol test you because it doesn't look like they have been, which I disagree with given the arrest back in October, but they manage their caseload how they see fit. So it seems like you're good. It seems like you're doing okay. There's nothing specific that is giving the court pause except for the October arrest. So I just want to make sure that you are absolutely alcohol testing to prove that you're sober. Okay.
That's fine.
Everything's on your paperwork. Just be sure to call your PO within 72 hours of release. We've got the envelope that tells you how to call pretrial when you get out. You can call them. They'll see that you're on adult probation. They can work out who's going to get you alcohol tested. And then just follow their instructions and go test, okay? That can only help you if you're sober. Your lawyer is going to want to be able to show the county attorney your clean tests. Okay. That can only be to your benefit. So go prove that you're sober. Don't miss your court dates, okay? Don't drive without a valid license.
Thank you.
All right, everything's on your paperwork.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Fowler. And then Gilberto Acosta Valenzuela, we go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Fowler Stephen J., October 30th, 1976.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a warrant from the Arrowhead Justice Court. It's a driving on suspended license warrant. Looks like it's a Class 1 misdemeanor. And this warrant was issued on April 18th of 2024. It's a failure to appear. By the timing of it and court records, I can tell that it's a failure to appear from a citation or summons. So it's a first failure to appear. I would bet my life based on the timing. I'm going to release you and give you an arraignment hearing on June 10th at 2 in the afternoon. It says this was a page 2. Are you being held on anything else? Or
I was a self-surrender today.
Oh, okay, for something else?
For something through the military court.
Okay, how much time do you have to do right now?
I just had to do the day.
Oh, fine, okay.
Yeah, and I was actually in checkout when they pulled me out of there to pull up because this came up.
So they're going to put you back in checkout. Yeah. The back of the line, I'm sorry. You're going to
No worries.
And that, as I would say, that's what you get for not appearing in your citation. But I am going to give you a do-over because it is, it's a misdemeanor. June 10th at 2 in the afternoon. If you're not there, we'll be able to see that you came through the jail and it wasn't enough to get you to go.
Yeah.
Then you'll get a bond. So just show up, okay? This is intended to be punishment enough for not appearing. Just go.
Yeah, I didn't even know about it. I thought I had taken care of the ticket, so I didn't even realize.
Sometimes people take care of the civil parts of the ticket, and they don't realize that doesn't make the criminal part go away. Yeah. I don't know how the Justice Court do things, but you're not the only person to tell me that they went and they dealt with some civil violations, and then here's the criminal one that's still waiting to get out. So go sort that out with the Justice Court. That's part of why we give you a do-over in this kind of a situation. You know, a lot of people they don't take it seriously enough until they spend a night in jail on it, and then they do much better. So please be one of those people.
Absolutely.
And so if you'll hobble to your left, I'll give you paperwork.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Acosta Valenzuela. Hi, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Gilberto Acosta Valenzuela, 11/1994.
Okay, thanks. You got arrested for possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. You'll meet that person at your next court date, which is in 2 weeks. It's June 5th at 8:30 in the morning. That's a status conference. Then the following Monday, June 9th at 8:30 is your preliminary hearing. The dates and the address are on your paperwork. You qualify for release on your own recognizance. I do know that you have some felony priors. You have, you have the possibility of getting some kind of probation offer in a drug case. I understand. Let me make sure I'm looking at the right guy. Yeah, you've done a fair amount of prison. Doesn't mean that you might not get a probation offer and some drug treatment offers. But if you don't go, we do set bond based on people's criminal history, and you don't have nothing. But on a drug charge, I'm willing to test to see. Prove it. Will you come? Prove it to us. If you will, we're good. If you won't, you're going to get a bond and you're going to land right back here. So you decide, but for this type of a charge, I'm willing to just take a chance and just let you prove it, okay? All right, good luck, sir. If you take your paperwork, we'll be all done. All right, so I did go see one house call, Ms. Faustine Jamaluddin, who the ambulance was on its way and or waiting right there to take her to be checked out at the hospital. So I did just go conduct her initial appearance for that reason. And so Officer Mr. Milana and Mr. Price, have they been isolated as a potential risk of danger to themselves or others?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I did get a positive answer from the sheriff. So I'll go see Milana May Charlie, I had that backwards. Milana May Charlie, born 11/20/2003. On her 2 probation warrants, I'll advise her there were petitions to revoke her probation filed in both cases on May 12th, alleging that she violated terms 1, 3, 5, and 15. And I'm appointing a lawyer for her, giving her a court date in probation court for both cases of May 28th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown probation court. And I'm currently inclined to set bail in the amount of $250 per case for $500 total. With written conditions I'll go over with her. Mr. Joseph Price, born 5/27/90, is here on a new case. He got arrested for first-degree criminal trespass, a Class 6 felony. There is probable cause for that, and I am appointing a lawyer for him. His status conference will be May 28th at 8:30 in the morning, and a preliminary hearing May 30th, 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. And he does have 2 prior felony convictions, and the court is very concerned about the safety of the community and the risk of non-appearance given the nature of those 2 prior felony convictions. And there does appear to be a strong weight of evidence alleged in this case. So the court is setting bail in this case in the amount of $500 secured with written conditions I will go over with him. And if anything changes after I conduct these initial appearances, I will update my formal written order. It's not the court's intent to update the recording as to those 2 defendants. Now, Faustine Muhammad Jamaluddin, born 8/7/81, as I noted, I did go see her back in medical. We took a break because the ambulance was imminently arriving to take her to the hospital. So I did go conduct that initial appearance. She was fine. She was lucid and she understood me. And I advised her that probable cause was found on the bookings for theft of means of transportation, Class 3 felony, possession of weapon by a prohibited person, Class 4 felony, and theft as a Class 1 misdemeanor. And that the court did not, for purposes of this hearing, only find probable cause on the allegation of dangerous drug possession for sale, possession of a weapon during a drug offense, or drug paraphernalia possession, nor possession of narcotic drugs, because the police didn't provide enough information to support those. I did appoint a lawyer for her, gave her a status conference on May 28th at 8:30 in the morning, and a preliminary hearing May 30th at 8:30, and set bail in the amount of $10,000 secured with written conditions I did go over with her, and I provided her a copy of all of that. Okay, with that, we are going to stand in recess until 2 p.m.
All right.
Todos de pie.
Thank you,
Good
everyone.
afternoon,
Please
Your
be seated.
Honor. Sylvia Fisher, court interpreter.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fisher. Thank you for joining us.
Of course.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Commissioner Hughes. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for Wednesday, May 21st.
Buenas tardes a todos. Soy la comisionada Hughes. Esas son las vistas iniciales de las 2 de la tarde para el miércoles 21 de mayo.
The court's orders for the taking of DNA samples and fingerprints issued on the first calendar of May will apply to the hearings on this calendar.
Las órdenes judiciales en cuanto a la toma de huellas dactilares y las muestras a ADN que se emitieron durante la primera lista de causas durante este mes aplicarán a todas las audiencias del día de hoy.
Once we get started calling people this afternoon, I will call one person at a time into the courtroom. I'll ask you to stand behind this gray podium here in front of me.
Voy a comenzar a convocar a cada uno de ustedes esta tarde. De forma individual ingresarán a la sala, dentro de la sala, y pararán detrás del podio de color gris que se encuentra delante de mí.
I will then ask the next two people that I intend to call into the courtroom to line up in the two chairs right inside this door.
Luego voy a decir los nombres de las siguientes dos personas que deben ingresar a la sala. Pueden tomar asiento en las sillas por la puerta.
Please listen carefully for your name and move through the chairs into the courtroom. I promise you all that will make this calendar move much faster.
Deben escuchar sus nombres cuidadosamente y deben pasar a las sillas que están por la puerta de la sala. Así procederá este proceso más rápidamente.
Once you work your way into the courtroom and you're behind the podium, I will start by asking you to state your full name and date of birth, and then I will tell you why you're here this afternoon.
Después de ingresar a la sala y después de pararse detrás del podio, les voy a pedir su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento y les voy a decir la razón por la cual se encuentran aquí esta tarde.
I will also tell you while you're in the courtroom whether you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer to defend you. Those lawyers are sometimes called public defenders.
Luego les voy a decir, después de que ingresen a la sala, si califican para que se les asignen un abogado de oficio para defenderlos. También esa persona se llama un defensor público.
Those of you here on a criminal matter, you have the right to the assistance of counsel to defend you in your case. Whether or not you qualify for a public defender, you always have the right to hire private counsel to represent you if you wish to.
Si tienen un caso en materia penal, tienen el derecho a ser representados por un abogado quien lo puede defender en su caso. E incluso si califican para un defensor público, siempre tienen el derecho a contratar a un abogado particular si ustedes desean.
While you're in the courtroom, I will also give you the next court hearing dates and times you will be required to attend, and we will go over whether you are legally eligible for release and on what conditions if you are.
Mientras están en la sala, les voy a dar la información con respecto a sus siguientes citas judiciales, específicamente la hora, la fecha, y ustedes deben acudir a esas audiencias. Al revisar esa información, también les voy a informar si tienen derecho legal a estar puestos en libertad y si también cuáles van a ser las condiciones de su libertad.
In addition to that right to the assistance of counsel, those of you here on criminal matters, you also have the right to remain silent.
Además, el derecho a ser representados por un abogado, si están aquí por un caso en materia penal, también tienen el derecho a guardar silencio.
Anything you say in the courtroom can be used against you, and unless you have hired a private lawyer, there will not be a lawyer to defend you in here this afternoon.
Todo lo que digan durante la audiencia dentro de la sala se puede usar en su contra. A menos que hayan contratado a un abogado por particular, no tendrán a ningún abogado a su lado para defenderlos hoy día.
Because you won't have a lawyer in here and because anything you say could be used against you, I highly encourage all of you not to make any statements regarding the facts about why you're here.
Ya que no tendrán a ningún abogado para representarlos esta tarde, y como todo lo que pueden decir, todo lo que digan se puede usar en su contra, les aliento a no dar ninguna declaración acerca de los hechos del caso.
Last thing before we get started, all of the information you get while you're in the courtroom will be contained in a written document that you will get a copy of when you step back into that room. So please don't feel like you need to memorize the information you're getting in the courtroom, but please keep that paperwork with you wherever you go from here.
Y por último, antes de comenzar, toda la información que reciban mientras están dentro de la sala, recibirán esa información en un documento escrito, recibirán una copia de la documentación. No deben sentir como si tuvieran que memorizar toda la información, más bien deben guardar la hoja para su información en el futuro.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Can I please have Rosario Nunez all the way into the courtroom behind the gray podium? Eduardo Romero Zuniga, if you take a seat right inside the door, please.
Rosario Verduzco Núñez, por favor, detrás del podio de color gris. Luego, Eduardo Romero Zúñiga debe tomar asiento en la silla que está por la puerta de la sala.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. May I please have your name and date of birth after the translation?
Buenas tardes, señor. Por favor, su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento después de la interpretación.
Rosario Antonio Verduzco Núñez, 13 de julio del 2005.
Rosario Antonio Verduzco Núñez, July 13, 2005.
Thank you very much, sir. And I understand I have a lawyer from the Attorney General's office wishing to appear virtually.
Muchas gracias, señor. Y comprendo que tengo a un abogado de la Fiscalía General del Estado que también quiere participar en esta audiencia.
Can I please have the appearance of counsel for the state?
Señora fiscal, por favor, su nombre. Your Honor, the interpreter was not able to hear.
We weren't either. Ms. Sweeney, can you hear us? Will you try your appearance again? We're not getting any audio from you.
Y puede intentar de nuevo, no podemos escucharla.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Alexandra Sweeney on behalf of the Attorney General's Office.
Buenas tardes, su señoría Alexandra Sweeney de la Fiscalía General del Estado.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you and welcome, Ms. Sweeney.
Perdón, muchas gracias. Gracias por estar aquí, señora Sweeney.
Okay, Mr. Verduzco Núñez, you are here on allegations of new charges.
Señor Verduzco Núñez, usted se encuentra aquí por acusaciones en cuanto a un nuevo caso.
Those allegations are one count of narcotic drug possession for transportation or sale. That's a Class 2 felony.
una acusación de tenencia de drogas narcóticas para su transporte o venta, delito de clase 2.
And one count of possession or use of a weapon in a drug offense, that one's a class 4 felony.
Y tenencia o uso de un arma de fuego durante la comisión de un ilícito con drogas, delito de clase 4.
Based on my reading of the factual allegations in this case provided to me by law enforcement, I am inclined to find probable cause to support those allegations.
Según mi revisión de las acusaciones fácticas proporcionadas por la policía, estoy dispuesta a determinar que hay fundamento de procesamiento en cuanto a las acusaciones en su contra.
Ms. Sweeney, is there anything the state wishes the court to consider in addition to what's in the Form 4 in regards to probable cause?
Señora Sweeney, ¿hay algo que la Fiscalía quiere que el juzgado considere aparte del formulario número 4 y la determinación de fundamento de procesamiento?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, su señoría, gracias.
Okay, then I have found probable cause to support those allegations. I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Determino que hay fundamento de procesamiento en cuanto a las acusaciones en su contra. He designado la Oficina de Defensoría Pública para representarlo.
Your next court hearings on these allegations will be a status conference May 28th and then a preliminary hearing May 30th, both at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Court downtown.
Sus siguientes citas judiciales en cuanto a esas acusaciones son una audiencia de actualización el 28 de mayo y una audiencia preliminar el 30 de mayo. Las dos audiencias a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Tribunal Superior que se encuentra en el centro.
Before I consider or impose release conditions in this matter, I would like to please hear the argument and recommendation regarding release conditions from the state. Ms. Sweeney?
Antes de considerar e imponer las condiciones de libertad, quiero escuchar los argumentos en cuanto a las condiciones de libertad del acusado de parte de la Fiscalía. Señora Sweeney.
Thank you, Your Honor. In this case, the defendant was in possession of 50,000 fentanyl pills, which had an approximate street value of $25,000.
Gracias, su señoría. En este caso, el acusado tenía en su poder aproximadamente 50,000 pastillas de fentanilo que tiene un valor de aproximadamente $25,000.
That amount of fentanyl poses a significant threat to the community.
Esa cantidad de fentanilo constituye un peligro, un gran peligro a la comunidad.
Additionally, the defendant has ties to Mexico. So based on that, as well as the significant value of the pills, the state believes that he is a flight risk.
Además, el acusado tiene vínculos muy fuertes en cuanto al país de México, tomando eso en cuenta y también el valor significativo de las pastillas que él tenía en su poder, la Fiscalía piensa que constituye un riesgo de huida.
So for all of those reasons, the state is requesting a $100,000 cash-only bond, Your Honor.
Por todas esas razones, la Fiscalía está solicitando una fianza que solamente se puede pagar en efectivo, que asciende a $100,000.
Thank you, Ms. Sweeney. Mr. Verduzco Nunez, I will give you an opportunity to address the court if you wish to in regards to what conditions I should impose if I am to impose conditions upon your release.
Gracias, señora Sweeney. Ahora, señor Verduzco, le voy a dar la oportunidad de dirigirme la palabra si usted desea decir algo en cuanto a las condiciones de libertad que debo imponer, si es que impongo condiciones de libertad.
But I caution you very strongly to avoid making any statements in relation to the facts of the case because you don't have a lawyer present.
Pero le quiero decir que debe tomar mucha cautela al dar declaraciones, porque no debe ser declaraciones en cuanto a los hechos del caso, porque no tiene a ningún abogado presente para representarlo.
So if there is any information that you would like the court to consider before I impose release conditions, I invite you to provide that information now.
Entonces, si usted desea dar información que el juzgado debe considerar en cuanto a la imposición de sus condiciones de libertad, usted puede brindar esa información en este momento.
No tengo nada que decir.
No, I have nothing to say.
Okay, thank you very much. I am persuaded by the state's argument that based on the nature of the amount of drugs allegedly found in your possession and the allegations that you have strong ties to Mexico, that you do pose a safety and flight risk.
Muchas gracias. La Fiscalía me ha convencido por medio de sus argumentos debido a la gran cantidad de drogas que usted supuestamente tenía en su poder y el hecho de que tiene vínculos muy fuertes en cuanto a México, que por lo tanto yo pienso que usted constituye un peligro y también un riesgo de huida.
I have ordered a secured appearance bond in the amount of $75,000.
Voy a ordenar una fianza carcelaria con garantía que asciende a $75,000.
Secured appearance means that you can use a bonding company to post that bond if you choose to.
Como es una fianza carcelaria con garantía, usted puede usar los servicios de un fiancista para depositar la fianza.
If you do post that bond and you're released from custody, you cannot have contact with any co-defendants if there are any, and you cannot possess any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription.
Si usted llega a pagar la fianza y si se le pone en libertad, no puede tener contacto con ningún coacusado. Si es que hay algún coacusado en este caso, no puede tener en su poder ningún tipo de arma, no puede tener en su poder ningún tipo de droga sin una receta vigente.
Ms. Sweeney, is there anything else I need to address before I excuse this matter?
Señora Sweeney, ¿hay algo más que debo hacer en cuanto a este caso antes de que terminemos?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, su señoría, gracias.
Okay, Mr. Verduzco Núñez, do you understand all of these release conditions?
Señor Verduzco Núñez, ¿comprende usted todas esas condiciones?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. You can step back to your left and get your paperwork.
Gracias, señor. Pasa a su lado izquierdo y puede recoger su documentación.
If this, okay, she's gone. Eduardo Romero Zuniga, if you would please work your way into the courtroom.
Eduardo Romero Zúñiga, ingrese a la sala.
Can I please have your name and date of birth?
Su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento.
Mi nombre es Eduardo Romero Zúñiga, soy del 8 de abril del 2000.
My name is Eduardo Romero Zúñiga, April 8th, 2000.
Thank you very much. You are here on allegations of new charges.
Muchas gracias. Usted se encuentra aquí por acusaciones en cuanto a un nuevo caso.
Those allegations are one count of dangerous drug possession, a class 4 felony, and one count of drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony.
Esas acusaciones son las siguientes: tenencia de drogas nocivas, delito de clase 4, adminículos, delito de clase 6.
I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you.
Determino que hay fundamento de procesamiento en cuanto a las acusaciones en su contra y he designado la Oficina de Defensoría Pública para representarlo.
Your next court hearings will be a status conference June 5th and then a preliminary hearing June 9th, both at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown.
Sus siguientes citas judiciales son una audiencia de actualización el 5 de junio, una audiencia preliminar el 9 de junio, las dos audiencias a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Tribunal Superior que se encuentra en el centro.
I do intend to release you on your own recognizance, which means you will be released from custody, but I will only do that if you promise me that you will voluntarily attend both of those court hearings.
Estoy dispuesta a ponerlo en libertad bajo caución personal. Eso significa que se la va a poner en libertad, pero usted tiene que hacer algo para mí. Tiene que prometer que va a acudir voluntariamente a sus 2 citas judiciales.
Will you agree to voluntarily attend both of your court hearings?
¿Usted está de acuerdo con asistir voluntariamente a sus 2 citas judiciales?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, then I will release you on your own recognizance, so you will be released from custody. Once you are out, you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription.
Entonces lo voy a poner en libertad, lo van a poner en libertad de la cárcel. Usted no puede tener en su poder ningún tipo de droga sin una receta válida.
Do you understand that information?
¿Comprende usted esa información?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Gracias. Puede pasar a su lado izquierdo y recoger su documentación.
Okay, Ms. Fisher, if you wouldn't mind, could I ask you to please make an inquiry of the gallery to see if we've missed anybody that requires interpretation services?
Of course. ¿Hay alguien más que requiere de los servicios de la intérprete? En caso que sí, por favor, levante la mano.
I am told no hands were raised. Thank you very much for your help. You are free to disconnect.
Thank you.
Okay, can I please have Brent Boyer into the courtroom? Isaac Glover, if you would please take a seat in the first chair right inside the door. If there's a second, Coda Archuleta, would you please occupy that second chair? All right, can I have your name and date of birth?
Yeah, Brent Boyer, 01/21/1983.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, 1 count of resisting arrest, those 2 are both Class 6 felonies, and 1 count of theft of services, that's a misdemeanor allegation. I have found probable cause to support all of these allegations with the exception of the narcotic drug allegation. I did not find probable cause to support that allegation. I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 28th and then a preliminary hearing May 30th. Both of those will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. Because at least one of the allegations supported by probable cause is a felony offense alleged to have been committed while you were on pretrial release in a different felony drug case, you are not eligible for release on bond. You will be held in custody without bail, at least until you have an evidentiary hearing. That hearing is scheduled for May 28th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Between now and that hearing at 1:30 on May 28th, you will be held without bond. Do you understand that information?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer. You can step back and get your paperwork. Isaac Glover, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Mr. Archuleta, if you'd shift over to the first chair, and then if I could have Sammy Sukar in the second chair, please. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Isaac Glover, 12/28/80.
I didn't quite hear you. Did you say 12/28/80?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Glover. You are here on 2 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is a bench warrant issued by the Superior Court when you failed to appear at a status conference in an existing felony drug case. In that case, you already have a lawyer assigned to represent you. That lawyer will continue to defend you. Your next court hearings in that matter will be a status conference the 28th of May and then a preliminary hearing May 30th, both at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $1,000 secured appearance bond. You are also here on allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of dangerous drug possession for sale, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of dangerous drug possession, 1 count of narcotic drug possession, those 2 are both Class 4 felonies, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of obstruction by refusing your true name, that one's a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support those new allegations. I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you on those new charges. Your next court hearings on the new allegations will, in part, be the same as your hearings on that existing case. So you will have a status conference the 28th and a preliminary hearing the 30th. Those are the two hearings that will be the same between the two cases. The difference is that on the new charges, because at least one is a felony offense alleged to have been committed while you were on pretrial release in that existing felony drug case, you're not eligible for release on bond on the new charges. That's true at least until you have an evidentiary hearing. That hearing is scheduled for May 28th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Between now and that hearing in the afternoon on the 28th, you will not be eligible for release on bond on the new charges. So you should wait until after that hearing before attempting to post the bond on that existing warrant. Do you understand that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Glover. You can step back and get your paperwork. Coda Archuleta, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Terrence Russell, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Coda Bear Archuleta, 72186.
Did you say 96?
86.
86. Thank you, Mr. Archuleta. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of dangerous drug possession for transportation or sale, 1 count of dangerous drug possession for sale. Those two are Class 2 felonies. 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of driving on a suspended driver's license. That one's a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 28th and then a preliminary hearing May 30th. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, you have a $50,000 secured appearance bond. Secured appearance means you can use a bonding company. If you post that bond and you are released, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription, and you cannot consume any alcohol if you are released. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Archuleta. You can step back and get your paperwork. Sammy Sukar to the podium in the courtroom, please. Brett Hall, if I could ask you to work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor. Sammy Bashar Sukar, December 26, 1992.
Thank you, Mr. Sukar. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. The allegation is 1 count of unlawfully discharging a firearm in the city limits. It is a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause to support that allegation, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 28th and then a preliminary hearing May 30th. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On this allegation, there's only one. On this allegation, you have a $25,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons upon release, and you cannot possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. Last, if you are released from custody and you don't have a valid driver's license, you cannot operate a motor vehicle. Do you understand those conditions?
Your Honor, can I make a comment?
You can. I just encourage you to proceed with caution because any comment that you do make can be used against you, and you don't have a lawyer here to run that comment by first.
Your Honor, can I be released on my own reconnaissance?
No, you do have to post that bond in order to be eligible for release. Any other questions?
Does it play any factor that it's my first felony or my first offense?
It plays a factor, yes, and in this case, the factor that played in was reducing it from a higher bond down to the 25. Based on the nature of the allegations here, I have substantial concerns about the safety of the community. The allegation submitted to me by law enforcement is that a firearm was discharged at a minimum of, it looks like, somewhere between 5 and 10 times in a crowded public area, potentially exposing anybody in that area to the risk of not only harm, but possibly death. And so because I have such substantial concerns about the safety of the general public, you do have to post that bond in order to be eligible for release. Any other questions?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You can step back and get your paperwork. Terrence Russell to the podium in the courtroom, please. Joel Treviso, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
My name is Terrence Russell, the date of birth 1/13/1964.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. The allegation is one count of criminal trespassing in a residential structure. It is a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause to support that allegation, and I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 28th and then a preliminary hearing May 30th. Both of those will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On this allegation, you have a $25,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you are prohibited from returning to the scene where the underlying alleged offense took place. You cannot have contact with any alleged victims, the complainant, or any witnesses. You cannot possess any weapons, and you cannot possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription if you are released. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, may I say something? I started a job on the 28th, ma'am. Is there any way possible I can get released and can promise to come to court?
You do have to post that bond in order to be eligible for release.
How much is it?
It's $25,000 secured appearance. You can use a bonding company. If you want to use a bonding company, any agreement you make to pay less than that full amount would be an agreement you make between you and the bonding company. That's not the court's purview. So if you're interested in that, back in the jail facility, there's a list of bonding companies and their phone numbers. You can call one, two, or all of them if you want to see if you can find a bonding company that'll work with you.
Yeah.
No
way I can get released on my own kind?
No, you do have to post that bond. And that bond is set based in part on your criminal history and in part on the serious nature of the allegations.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. Brett Hall, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Carlos Maldonado, if I could ask you to please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Brett Hall, 10/12/1990.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are one count of aggravated assault, that is a Class 4 felony, and one count of criminal damage, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 28th and then a preliminary hearing May 30th. Those two hearings will be at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, I have imposed a $20,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond prior to your physical release from custody, you will also be affixed with an ankle monitor for electronic monitoring. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot return to the scene where the underlying alleged events took place. You cannot have contact under any circumstances with the alleged victim. You cannot possess any weapons or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. If these orders mean that I'm ordering you not to return to your primary residence, you must find an alternate residence between when you're released, if you're released from custody, and at least your first hearing on the 28th. If you are released, but you need to return to where this happened to retrieve clothing, toiletries, anything you might have at that location, you can have one civil standby with law enforcement. That means law enforcement can escort you back to that location one time between your release and your first court hearing to retrieve any items you might need. If you need to do that, you can do that by calling the non-emergency number to any local police agency. And if you need to do that, please retrieve anything you have at that location that you might need between when you're released and at least the 28th, because you can only do it that one time.
Okay.
Okay, do you understand all of that information?
Yes.
Do you have any questions?
So you said about the release again. You said do I get released or not? You said, I'm sorry.
You have a bond, so you have a $20,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that, you'll get an ankle monitor, and then you can be released.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork. Joel Treviso to the podium in the courtroom, please. Danny Stokes, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Joel Treviso, 11/29/1992.
Thank you, Mr. Treviso. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of aggravated driving under the influence, that's a class 4 felony, 1 count of failing to show your driver's license or ID, or failure to carry a driver's license or ID, that's a class 2 misdemeanor, and 1 count of possessing an open container of liquor in a vehicle, that's also a class 2 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 28th and then a preliminary hearing May 30th. They will both be at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you are ordered not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription, and you are also ordered not to operate a motor vehicle upon release if you do not possess a valid driver's license. Do you understand those conditions?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork. Carlos Maldonado, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Ronald Barker, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Carlos Maldonado, 1276.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maldonado. You are here this afternoon on a civil child support arrest warrant.
Yes, sir.
The family court judge in your family court case has set a cash purge on that warrant in the amount of $3,000. That cash purge is the amount that you must pay in cash in order to secure your release from custody. Whether or not you post that cash purge, you are required to attend a return hearing on this warrant. That hearing is scheduled for May 23rd at 10 o'clock in the morning back in the family court. If you post that cash purge, you will be required to get yourself to that hearing. If you do not, you will stay in custody and be transported to that hearing. What will happen after that will be up to the family court judge. Okay, under Arizona law, I do not have the authority to reduce, modify, or eliminate that cash purge. I am required, however, to ask you 2 questions. You are not under any obligation to answer these questions, so you can choose to say nothing, you can say no thank you, move on, all of that is fine. First question, again, you don't have to answer it. Is there anything you want the court to know about your present ability to pay that cash purge?
I have a job. I started working. I do not have the money to pay it all right now. I don't. I work now. I have a job. And the court, what they did, they sent me a thing saying it was canceled because I just paid last month $2,800 to get out of here. And they said that they gave me a court date. That court date was canceled, and then they set it for the 25th of this month. They said the 15th, and then they set it for the 25th. And then they went back and did it for the 15th again. I don't know what they did, but they sent that to me in the email, saying that it was canceled, and then they said it wasn't canceled. So I went to my other court date, which I had was I was driving some clients in the car, and they ended up shooting me with fentanyl and knocked me out. They brought me back to life, you know. And then I came to that court date, which was the same day as the court date for this. So I did not know because I thought it was canceled.
So I'm not seeing you because you didn't go to a court date. I'm seeing you because the court issued a warrant for payment of child support. So I don't know the procedural history of your family court case.
I paid it. It was
That's something you'll have to take up with the family court. I can tell you this warrant was issued April 25th of 2025. So that's really the only information I have is that as of April 25th, 2025, the family court says that you are ordered to pay a cash purge in the amount of $3,000.
And I paid the cash purge already, ma'am. And then they looked at it the officers looked at it on their thing, and they said, yeah, it was done. It was clear. They cleared it. And then they ended up putting me in here still, brought her back. I don't understand this.
Well, law enforcement doesn't have the authority or ability to clear a warrant. And
they said it was cleared on their computer, ma'am.
What?
This situation, they said it was cleared on their computer. They were going to let me go, and then they said no because that had the other thing, and then they brought that back up when I was at the third place because they had me for 3 hours driving around with them.
Law enforcement has said the information provided by law enforcement to this court was officers contacted the individual in the vehicle. He stated his name was Carlos Maldonado. Officers conducted a record check on Carlos Maldonado and discovered he had outstanding warrants. He was then brought to central booking for transport to the ITR. Law enforcement is not saying anything about indicating that the warrant was no longer valid, and the court has indicated it is still valid. So you do have to pay that cash purge in order to get out. Whether or not you pay it, you also have to go to that court hearing on the 23rd. If this is some error or some mistake, only the family court judge can fix that mistake.
And the only way for me to have the proof is at home, because I have the proof. I have it in my phone and everything. It's at the house. I can't get nothing out of here because I can't go home and get that, and I have the money to pay. I just have a job. I just need to get to work.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I can't help you with any of that. The best I can say is if you have or know some phone numbers, perhaps try to reach out to somebody on the outside, friend, family member that could gather your phone and maybe meet you in court. Okay, thanks, Mr. Maldonado. You can step back and get your paperwork. Danny Stokes to the podium in the courtroom, please. Yvette Rodriguez Artiaga, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Danny Stokes, 8/14/1961.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. You are here on a failure to appear warrant issued by the Coconino County Superior Court in an underlying aggravated assault case. I am not making any orders regarding your entitlement to counsel in that case. If you're entitled to a court-appointed lawyer and you don't have one, that appointment has to come from the Gila County judge. If you've already been given a lawyer, the lawyer assigned to you will stay on and work on your case. Your next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing May 27th. It will be at 8:30 in the morning in the Gila County Superior Court. On that warrant, you have a $3,000 cash-only bond. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you will be responsible for getting yourself to your hearing May 27th in Gila County, and you are ordered not to have contact with any victims, witnesses, or complainants of the underlying aggravated assault allegations if you know who those people are, and you cannot possess any weapons or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stokes. You can step back to your left and get your paperwork. Ronald Barker to the podium in the courtroom, please. Nathan Masijewski, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Name Ronald Barker, 10/28/68.
10/28/68? Okay, thank you, Mr. Barker. You are here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 3 and 5. I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you in the probation proceedings. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing May 28th at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $2,500 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released, you cannot possess any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription. And if you are released from custody within 3 days of being released, you must call your probation officer. Do you understand those conditions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Barker. You can step back and get your paperwork. Yvette Rodriguez Artiaga, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Robert Silvius, if I could ask you to please work your way to the second chair. May I please have your name and date of birth?
Yvette Marissa Rodriguez Ortega, 8490.
Thank you very much. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of narcotic drug possession, that's a class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, which is a class 6 felony. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 28th and then a preliminary hearing May 30th. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the morning, and they will both be in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, you have a $1,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you are ordered not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork. Nathan Mastajewski, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Bryce Tubbs, if I could ask you to please work your way to the second chair. Okay, good afternoon, sir. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Nathan Maciejewski, 7/12/93.
Thank you very much. Okay, you are here on a child support arrest warrant. The family court judge in your family court case has issued a cash purge on that warrant in the amount of $700. That amount is the amount that you must pay in cash in order to secure your release from custody. Whether or not you post that cash purge, you are also required to attend a return hearing on that warrant. That hearing is scheduled for May 23rd. It will be at 10 o'clock in the morning in the Superior Court downtown and back in the family court. If you pay the cash purge, you'll get out of custody and you'll be responsible for getting yourself to that hearing. If you do not or cannot pay the cash purge, you will stay in custody and be transported to that hearing. What happens at and after that hearing will then be up to the family court judge you see on that day. Under Arizona law, I cannot reduce, modify, or eliminate the amount of that cash purge, but I am required to ask you 2 questions. I will tell you before I ask you these questions, you are not under any obligation to answer them. You can say no thank you, move on. You don't have to provide any substantive response if you don't wish to. First question is there anything you want the court to know about your present ability to pay the cash purge?
Yes. Since shortly after the courts probably see that I stopped paying, it was purely because of some issues with her banking situation. I was still paying, but I did not get that reconciled with the courts. I've had custody of my kids since June of last year. They are in my apartment right now. Luckily, I have someone to kind of deal with that, but I've been working with their mother to get her back on track because I had to go pick them up from kind of a bad situation. So there was some miscommunications there because she thought it was resolved. I thought it was resolved. I had to pass a background check to get into my apartment complex to get my job that I just got last week that I'm working full time that I'm scheduled tomorrow at. So I did some due diligence to try to make sure I had crossed all my T's, dotted all my I's. I quashed a different warrant. I paid some tickets, and I thought I had everything squared away. I even went on like background check sites, looked myself up. This never came up. And then when I got into the apartment complex, got my job, you know, things were just going along. I got arrested with the plaintiff of this case, so the mother of my children. We were hanging out. And it's not. So, I mean, I know there's nothing you can do. I have a feeling she's already trying to get this figured out behind the scenes. But yeah, I am currently like the linchpin in this situation. So if there's anything that can be done, I would plead to you, but it sounds like there's not.
Yeah, and I'm not unsympathetic to your situation. The predicament, though, is that the family court is the one with all of those records.
Right.
And family court warrants come through this court, I think probably, well, because we have delegated authority to see them, but I think because we routinely run calendars for people picked up on warrants. Mm-hmm. So I don't have full access to the family court records, and I don't have any access to the clearinghouse records on child support payment. Okay. So I say that to tell you I have no reason to believe you're not being honest with me, sure. But I also have no ability to verify that, and because I can't verify it, I can't legally override the warrant. Understood. So you do have to post that cash purge in order to get out of custody unless the other person involved or anybody else either pays that for you or gets it worked out. It's possible that she or somebody else is down at the family court getting this cleared up right now. Right. If the family court contacts MCSO and releases the hold on the warrant, that would also release you from custody. Okay. So if it gets resolved, and the family court says that was an error or that's already been paid or that doesn't need to be paid, the family court or somebody from the family court would notify MCSO that you're no longer required to be held on this warrant. MCSO could then release you, or you could pay the cash purge and that would get you released too. Okay. Okay, second question. Again, you don't have to provide any information if you don't wish to. Is there anything you want the court to know about being held in custody unless and until the cash purge is paid or the warrant is released? It is the 21st. Your hearing is set for the 23rd.
Yeah, I'm going to miss 2 days of work. I'm on a probationary thing with my work because I just started. I think it'll be okay, but yeah, okay. 2 days, it's not huge, but
2 days without pay is 2 days without
yeah,
pay.
it is a lot. I know there's not really anything you can do. I guess I'm just wondering if is there, so one of the issues I'm having is that I don't know if she'll be able to take care of it through the family courts by showing up because her ID is expired. She has to go through the motions of getting all that done. Is there a way she can call and have that verified?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Yeah, that was something we were working on this week.
Well, let me see. I'm trying to see if I can find who the family court judge assigned is. Is it still McDowell? Do you know?
Because, and I know this could not be possible maybe, but if they could, if the family court could contact Stephanie like over the phone.
So I doubt that will happen.
Okay.
But
she has a birth certificate. We have that. I know that.
So I don't know affirmatively whether or not having a valid ID would stop her from. I mean, you don't have to show ID to go into the courthouse.
Okay.
I don't know whether she would have to show ID to prove that she's part of the case. I don't know how that would work in the family court. But there's also nothing that would prohibit her from calling the family court and trying to talk to somebody. I'm trying to see if I can find the general number to like Maricopa County Superior Family Court. And all I have is 602-506 so far. Is it all 3204? Is that just the general number to the Maricopa County Superior Court? I'm going to try and get a phone number to Judge McDowell's division. It looks like McDowell is the judge assigned to your family court case. I'm going to see if we can get the phone number to his division, and I will ask if if the officer would kindly write that on your release paperwork. Then if you're able to get a hold of her, you could try to call that number if you wanted to. I don't know whether they would accept a collect call from the jail. You could also try to get a hold of somebody on the outside, give them that number, and see if they could contact the family court to see if there's something you could get resolved.
Okay. And so I just have two questions. One, do you know who the $700 goes to? Does it just go to the courts or does it go to her? Because that'll make a big difference.
I don't know for sure, but my guess is it's not a fine. It's not a fine or a penalty. So I don't think that the court would keep it. I don't know how your child support is ordered to be paid. If you're paying through the clearinghouse, it would likely go to any arrears if you have arrears.
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay, so it would likely go to that, but I don't know for sure.
Okay.
So if you end up posting that $700 to get out of custody, keep that in mind and ask the family court when you go to that hearing, where does that $700 go?
Okay.
And they can answer that for you, and then you can follow up to make sure that what the court tells you, where the court tells you it should have been applied, it actually got applied.
Okay. And then just the last question. I've been having some trouble getting calls out because maybe because of the collect thing. Will I have a chance to call anybody through any other means?
That's a question for MCSO. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't have any control over their policies or procedures. So if you're having trouble with the phones, just flag down an officer, let them know what trouble you're having. If it's something as simple as you need to push this button first, they'll help you with that.
Okay.
If it is a collect call issue, I'm not sure anybody could help you. But that's a question for MCSO.
All right.
Yeah? Officer, are you willing to write this phone number down on his paper? So 602-372-3518. So that's the phone number to Judge McDowell, the Family Court Judges Division. So use that to get a hold of him, pass that to whoever. You can call that number, and that will get you to the division that the warrant was issued out of.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay. Thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork. Robert Silvius, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Joshua Amaya, if I could ask you to please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Yes, Robert Luther Silvius, 321-89.
Thank you, Mr. Silvius. You are here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 3 and 5. I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing May 28th. It will be at 8:30 in the morning in the probation court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released, you are ordered not to possess any weapons, drugs without a valid prescription, or alcohol. And if you're released from custody, within 3 days of being released, you have to call your probation officer.
Okay.
Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Silvius. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Bryce Tubbs to the podium in the courtroom, please. Shauna Stone, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I please have your name and date of birth?
Yes, Your Honor. Bryce Ramon Tubbs, 7/4/91.
Thank you, Mr. Tubbs. You are here on an arrest warrant issued after a direct complaint was filed. A direct complaint is a written document that alleges new allegations against you. The allegations in this direct complaint are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, it's a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. Both of them alleged to have been committed December 2nd of 2024. I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 28th and then a preliminary hearing May 30th. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $250 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you are ordered not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tubbs. You can step back and get your paperwork.
No problem. Thank you.
Joshua Amaya, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. William Dugan, if I could ask you to work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Joshua David Amaya, 1991.
Thank you, Mr. Amaya. You are here on 3 different matters. The first matter you're here on is an arrest warrant issued after a direct complaint was filed. The allegations in that direct complaint are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. Both of them alleged to have been committed August 29th of 2024. I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings on those new allegations will be a status conference May 28th and then a preliminary hearing May 30th, both at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those new allegations, you have a $50 secured appearance bond. The other 2 matters you're here on are both bench warrants issued by the probation court when you failed to appear at a non-witness violation hearing. In those probation matters, you already have a lawyer assigned to you. That lawyer will continue to defend you. Your next court hearing in both of the probation cases will be a new non-witness violation hearing. It is scheduled for May 28th at 8:30 in the probation court. On each of those probation warrants, you have a $50 cash-only bond. So your total bond is $150. 100 of that is cash only. If you post that and you are released, you are ordered not to possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. And if you get out of custody within 3 days of getting out, you have to call your probation officer. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Maya. You can step back and get your paperwork. Shauna Stone to the podium in the courtroom, please. Abigail Vanderkellen, if you'd please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Shauna Stone, April 24th, 1999.
Thank you, Ms. Stone. You are here on allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference June 5th and then a preliminary hearing June 9th. Both of those hearings will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. What that means is you will be released from custody. You do not need to post a bond to secure your release. Once you are out of custody, you will be responsible for getting yourself to both of those next court hearings. You will also be required to contact pretrial services once you're out of custody. With your release paperwork, you're going to get a little packet from pretrial. Their contact information, their office location, and their phone number will be in that. So please keep it so once you're out of custody, you can use that to either go see them or call their office. Last thing, once you're out of custody, you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand all of those conditions?
I do.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stone. You can step back and get your paperwork. William Dugan, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Alicia Zamora, if you please work your way to the second chair. May I please have your name and date of birth?
William Edward Duggan, March 8th, 1988.
Thank you very much. My apologies, Mr. Duggan. You are here on an arrest warrant issued after a direct complaint was filed. The allegations in that direct complaint are 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, both of them alleged to have been committed April 27th of 2024. I have appointed a lawyer to defend you against those allegations. Your next court hearings will be a status conference June 5th and then a preliminary hearing June 9th. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I do intend to release you on your own recognizance so long as you promise me that you are able and willing to voluntarily get yourself to those next 2 court hearings. Can you make me that assurance?
I can make you that assurance. I have a baby due any minute, so.
Oh, very good.
Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Then I will release you. Once you're out of custody, you can't possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Understand all those conditions?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Duggan. Good luck to your wife, girlfriend, on a healthy birth.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Abigail Vanderkellen, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. David Beasley, if I could ask you to please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Abigail Vanderkellen, November 28th, 1983.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderkellen. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is 1 count of theft of a means of transportation. It is a Class 3 felony. I have found probable cause to support that allegation, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference June 5th and then a preliminary hearing June 9th. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance on this allegation. In order for me to do that, I do need you to assure or promise me that you will voluntarily attend both of your next court hearings.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely.
Okay, very good. Then I will release you once you are out of custody. In addition to getting to those next court hearings, you're also ordered not to have contact with any alleged victims, the complainant, or witnesses of the underlying allegation, and you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription.
Okay.
Understand all those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vanderkellen. You can step back and get your paperwork. Alicia Zamora to the podium in the courtroom, please. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Alicia Zamora, 7/28 of 86.
Thank you, Ms. Zamora. You are here on an arrest warrant issued after a direct complaint was filed. The allegations in that direct complaint are 1 count of taking contraband into a correctional facility, that is a Class 2 felony, and 1 count of driving on a suspended driver's license, that's a Class 1 misdemeanor. Those allegations are alleged to have been committed May 2nd of 2024. I have appointed a lawyer to defend you against those allegations. Your next court hearings will be a status conference June 5th and then a preliminary hearing June 9th. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance on these allegations. In order for me to do that, I do need you to make me an assurance or promise that you will be in attendance at both of your court hearings on the 5th and the 9th. Can you promise me?
Yes, I will.
Okay, then I will release you once you are out of custody. In addition to getting to those hearings, you are ordered not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription, and you can't operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license.
No, that's what I was going to tell you. I have my driver's license already.
You do?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
then you can operate a motor vehicle.
Okay.
All right, any other questions?
No. They'll be able to give me information about this whole case and everything like when I caught, right?
When you go to court. So yeah, when you go to your next court hearing, you'll have a lawyer there to defend you. Your lawyer can give you much more information about the underlying allegations than I have. I just have the arrest warrant.
Okay, okay.
All right, thanks, Ms. Zamora.
Thank you.
Okay. Who is he? Okay. David Beasley, if you would work your way into the courtroom. Mr. Tubbs, you can take a seat or just stay there. You can come back in when I'm done with him. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
David Beasley, 12/3/1964.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beasley. I am seeing you on your first failure to appear warrant issued by the El Centro Justice Court on an underlying criminal trespassing misdemeanor case. Because the nature of that underlying charge is a misdemeanor, you're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. You do still have the right to the assistance of counsel. If you don't already have a lawyer working with you in that misdemeanor case, but you want one, you will have to hire a lawyer to represent you. Your next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing June 5th. It will be at 8:30 in the El Centro Justice Court. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance on this warrant. That means it will be your responsibility to get yourself to that hearing on June 5th. Any problems you foresee with the ability to get yourself to that hearing?
No problems at all.
The only reason I'm asking is because I show that this is a page 2 warrant, which means you were served this warrant while you were in custody. So I just wanted to make sure that you believe that as of June 5th, you will be out of custody and able to take yourself to that hearing.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be released today on ankle monitor.
Okay, then I will release you on your own recognizance on this warrant. Again, that means it will be your responsibility to get yourself to that hearing in the El Centro Court June 5th. Once you're out of custody, you're also ordered not to return to the scene where this trespassing offense took place if you know where that is. Okay, understand that information?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any questions?
No, none at all.
It sounded like you were about to say something. I didn't want to cut you off. All right. If you don't have any questions, you can step back and get your paperwork. Thank you, Mr.
Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tubbs, go ahead and come on back in. If you would, please state your name and date of birth one more time, just since I recalled you.
No problem. Bryce Vermont Tubbs, 7491.
Thank you, Mr. Tubbs. And what do you want to talk about?
I'm sorry, just due to my incarceration in Mesa, which is where I got transferred from. I'm a single dad. I've been working through this with my the mother of my kids' dad to watch my kids and to help me out with this matter. With the timing being that I just came out of incarceration for Mesa courts, and this issue being put into the court for this issue, I was wondering if we can do anything about the bond, because I don't have it right now, and I just want to have time to get my affairs in order with my children before the court date.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the issue with that is that bond amount was set by the court that issued the warrant. That's the court that made the probable cause determination on the underlying allegations. Because that was not done here in this court, I am not in a position to override that judge's determination that that $250 bond was necessary and appropriate. So I don't have any way to do anything other than affirm that $250 bond. I will tell you it's secured appearance. I don't know if that's any consolation. I don't know that you would find a bonding company that would work with a bond that low, but you might be able to. So I suppose the only suggestion that could potentially be helpful in this circumstance is to encourage you to contact some bonding companies and see if you can find one that would work with you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Tubbs?
No, that'd be it.
All right, thank you very much. Officers, can one of you tell me why Anthony Torres is a house call?
Destructive.
Okay, thanks. Number 5 on the calendar, Anthony Chris Torres, date of birth 5/21/85, is not in the courtroom because he was unable to function in general population due to disruptive behavior. He is here on 2 different matters. Both of them are probation violation warrants, both alleged violations of terms 3 and 5. I've appointed a lawyer for him in both cases. His next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing May 28th at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On each of these 2 warrants, he has a $500 secured appearance bond, making his total bond $1,000 all secured appearance. If anything changes after I visit him cell side, his final release conditions will be reflected in his written release order. That concludes the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar. This court will stand in recess until 5 p.m.
All right.
Thank you. Please be seated. Perfect, thank you. Mr. Hernandez, are you our interpreter today?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Let's go ahead and get started. Good evening. This is the time for the 5 p.m. calendar initial appearance court on May 21st, 2025.
Buenas tardes. Esta es la lista de vistas incoativas para hoy, miércoles 21 de mayo 2025.
The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints made on the first calendar of this month will apply to all hearings on this calendar.
La orden emitida el primer día de este mes para la toma de muestras de ADN y huellas digitales aplicará a esta lista de casos.
I will call you each up to the podium one at a time. Please listen for your name.
Les llamaré que pasen a la sala uno a la vez. Por favor, pongan cuidado para cuando escuchen su nombre.
I'll then announce whoever is up next. Please sit in the chair that's right outside of the courtroom.
Anunciaré luego el nombre de la persona que sigue. Por favor, tomen asiento fuera de la sala.
I'll let you know what you've been arrested for, what your next court dates are, and any release conditions that I'm ordering today.
Les informaré por qué han sido arrestados, cuál es la fecha de su siguiente comparecencia y cuáles son las medidas cautelares en su caso si es que hay.
Let's have Angel Bravo to the podium.
Ángel Bravo, pase a la sala.
And Saul Raimundo to the podium, or to the chair, please.
Y Saúl Raimundo a la silla, por favor.
Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Buenas tardes, señor. I'm sorry, Judge. Señor, su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento.
Bravo Patiño Ángel Andrés.
Bravo Patiño Ángel Andrés.
Bravo Patiño Ángel Andrés, yes.
Bravo Patiño Ángel Andrés, yes.
And your date of birth, please.
Y su fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
11-25-89.
11-25-89.
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 6, 7, and 11 of your probation.
Muy bien, usted comparece el día de hoy por 3 cargos de incumplir el régimen a prueba. Cargos 6, por haber incumplido condición número 6, 7 y 11 del régimen probatorio.
I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in this case.
Asignaré a un abogado para que le represente en este caso.
And I will set a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 28th at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court.
Fijaré una audiencia ante el tribunal para casos de incumplimiento del régimen a prueba el día 28 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana.
I will affirm the bond in the warrant, and it's a $10,000 secured bond.
Se confirma la fianza que se agregó a la orden de aprehensión y es de $10,000.
If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
Si usted presta esa fianza, tendrá prohibido tener armas, drogas o alcohol.
And you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release.
Y tendrá que comunicarse con el oficial de probatoria que se le ha asignado dentro de 72 horas de ser puesto en libertad.
All of this will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Todo esto figurará en la hoja que se le entregue. ¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
No.
No.
Okay, go ahead and grab your paperwork to your left and then take a seat.
Recoja su hoja a la izquierda y vaya a tomar asiento.
Saul Raimundo to the podium.
Saúl Raimundo a la sala.
Buenas tardes.
Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento, señor.
Raimundo Saúl, 11-25-87.
Your Honor, pardon the interpreter. I did not understand his name. Asked for repetition. Señor, diga su nombre completo otra vez, más lento.
Raimundo Saúl, 112587.
Raimundo Saúl, 112587.
Thank you. We are here today on 3 different probation violation warrants.
Gracias. Usted comparece el día de hoy por 3 diferentes órdenes de aprehensión por incumplimiento del régimen probatorio.
It's for violating terms 4 and 7 of your probation.
Se le acusa de haber incumplido condición 4 y 7 de su régimen probatorio.
I will appoint you an attorney on all 3 matters.
Asignaré a un abogado para que le represente en los 3 casos.
And I will set a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 28th at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court.
Y fijaré una audiencia en su caso de régimen a prueba el día 28 de mayo a las 8:30 en el Tribunal Superior en el centro de la ciudad.
I am going to issue a secured bond in the amount of $500 on the first case.
Habrá una fianza respaldada en su caso por $500 en el primer caso.
$250 on the second case.
$250 en el segundo caso.
And $500 on the third case.
Y $500 en el tercer caso.
That's a total bond of $1,250.
Eso equivale a un total de $1,250 de fianza.
If you do post bond, I'm also ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
Si usted presta la fianza, tendrá prohibido tener armas, drogas o alcohol.
And you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release.
Y tendrá que comunicarse con su oficial de probatoria dentro de 72 horas de ser puesto en libertad.
All of this will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Todo esto figurará en su hoja que se le entregue al final. ¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
Voy a estar detenido por el momento.
So, I will be kept in custody for now?
Until that bond is posted or until another judge modifies my orders.
Hasta que usted preste la fianza o otro juez cambie lo que he dictado. Okay.
Anything else?
¿Algo más?
Solamente.
That's all.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and then please take a seat.
Recoja su hoja y tome asiento, por favor.
And Mr. Hernandez, that was the only 2 that I have listed as needing an interpreter, but can you do just a general call to the gallery before disconnecting today?
Yes, sir. Buenas tardes a todos. Si hay otra persona en la sala que no habla inglés y necesita el intérprete de español, por favor levante la mano ahora.
I don't see any hands, Mr. Hernandez, so I think that we're good to go. Thank you so much for being available, but feel free to disconnect at any time.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. And counsel, which one are we appearing on today?
Alexander Dillon, Judge.
And Mr. Garcia, are you appearing on any other ones as well? Or just that one?
Just Mr. Dillard, Your Honor. Thank you.
We'll go ahead and handle that one first then. Alexander Dillard to the podium. And then we'll have Dylan Haggard to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Alexander Dillard, June 8, 1995.
Thank you, counsel.
Kelly Marlowe, on behalf of Mr. Dillard, Judge, just for the limited scope of today's hearing, we'd ask that a public defender be appointed going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. Mr. Garcia?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephen Garcia and Don Sauer on behalf of the state.
Thank you. Mr. Dillard, we are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of critical public service criminal trespassing, which is a Class 5 felony. I will find probable cause. Mr. Marlowe, did you want to be heard on probable cause today?
I would like to be heard on probable cause, Judge. Judge, the question I have is whether the area trespassed upon, the critical public service facility was signed correctly as that is defined in 13501A, specifically a structure that is posted with signage indicating it is a felony to trespass. I don't think the probable cause statement fills out that aspect of the definition. In that way, we do not believe probable cause should be found to otherwise carry forward with the charges.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Garcia?
Your Honor, the only response I have to that is that there does appear to be, per the Form 4, a barrier set that was there to block entry for those that did not have authorization to go past the ticket checker stations, which is where he went without authorization.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Counsel, I understand that it may not be listed in the Form 4 today. The allegations that your client is trespassing at the airport. And just to clarify, I want to make sure I understand your argument correctly. Are you saying that there is no signage, that he's not supposed to pass the TSA checkpoint before going to that point?
That's my understanding, Judge. I think that the statute or the definition states it's a structure or fence yard that is posted with signage indicating it is a felony to trespass, or signage indicating a high voltage or high pressure, or signage indicating high voltage or high pressure as is used by rail, bus, air, or other mass transit provider. I don't think anything past the initial aspect of that definition really applies to the airport in this case, understanding that but I don't know if it's signed correctly as it relates to high voltage or high pressure, Judge. And again, the definition is pretty clear. A critical public service facility requires signage that indicating that it is a felony to trespass. And without this as part of the Form 4, Judge, I don't know how you can find probable cause going forward. Understand that there are areas in the airport you cannot trespass, but again, just arguing under the definition, it needs to be clear. Mr. Dillard should have been put on notice that if he trespassed, if he went past these barriers, he would be committing a felony and therefore committing criminal trespass in the first degree, that Class 5 felony version.
Thank you, counsel. Give me just 1 second. Okay, so counsel, I'm looking at the definition of both critical public service facility and the statute in which your client was charged under. For today's purposes, for probable cause only, I am going to find probable cause based on the lack of developed probable cause statement in the Form 4. I am going to take that into consideration when setting release conditions. So I will find probable cause over counsel's objection. Mr. Dillard, that doesn't mean that you're being found that you've completed any of the acts that they're saying that you've completed. However, I am finding that there was a basis for your arrest in the first place. You will have the ability to contest these allegations in court, obviously with an attorney present to do so, so make sure that you talk with your attorney. I am going to appoint you an attorney at this point in time. If you end up hiring Mr. Marlowe to represent you moving forward, that would override any of my appointments today, but I will make sure that you at least have an attorney at your next hearing. I am going to set a status conference on June 5th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court and a preliminary hearing on June 9th at 8:30 in the same location. Mr. Marlowe, I'll make sure that you have a copy of his release conditions as well so that you have that as well.
Thank you, Judge.
Let's go ahead and talk about release recommendations, starting with the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we leave it to your discretion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Marlowe.
Judge, Mr. Dillard has no prior criminal history that includes no felonies, no misdemeanors, no failures to appear. He's 29 years old, lives in Buena Vista, Colorado, Judge. He's the head chef at a restaurant called the Lariat. He was down here, I believe, to attend a funeral. Was trying to get back at the aforementioned airport. We're asking that he be released on his own recognizance with the ability to return to Colorado where he lives. He has been informed of his next court dates, June 5th and June 9th, and he'll be present for those.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Garcia, any objection to me potentially ordering the Mr. Dillard to be able to be out of state until his next hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Dillard, I do have to consider about 15 different factors according to the law when setting release conditions. Part of what I previously mentioned is the lack of a completely detailed narrative about what allegedly had happened. I'm going to take that into consideration when setting release conditions. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date. I will allow you to travel back to Colorado, but you must return back to Arizona for your next court hearing. That's on June 5th. So make sure that you're back in Arizona for that court hearing. There is the potential that you could have virtual appearances moving forward. That's going to be up to your assigned judge moving forward, though. I'm not going to order any of that today. But talk with your attorney, or if that's Mr. Marlowe, about filing any potential remote appearances, if that's possible, if the state decides to proceed forward with charging you on this. I am going to order that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription, no driving without a valid driver's license. And what I will order is that you may return to the Sky Harbor Airport only if permitted to do so by all applicable authorities, including without limitation to the Aviation Department of the City of Phoenix, the Phoenix Police Department, and the Transportation Security Administration. I'm not going to prevent you from going back there based on these allegations. That doesn't mean that TSA says something else about that. If they've put any restrictions on your flying ability, I have no control over that. But if you're allowed to go back to Sky Harbor to fly back to Colorado, and they're okay with it, then I'm okay with it. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions specifically about my release conditions?
Is there any type of bond?
I'm not setting any bonds today.
Thank you.
So you're going to get processed for release. It's probably about 4 to 6 hours tops to get you out of here.
Okay.
But they'll process you for release. You should be released today.
Okay. And I'm probably going to be driving back to Colorado if I rent a car or find a bus or something.
That's right.
So that's okay.
I'm not restricting your movement other than the fact that you have to be back here for your hearing.
Sure.
Okay. Counsel, anything else?
No, Judge. Thank you so much.
Mr. Garcia?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. That'll be the end. Counsel, yeah, feel free to use that room back.
Thank you, Judge.
And that's good. Oh, okay. And Mr. Garcia, feel free to head out whenever.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Dylan Haggard to the podium. And Amira Purvis to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Dylan Haggard, 7303-2003.
Thank you. We are here today on two different cases. The first is a failure to appear bench warrant on a case involving 2 counts of aggravated DUI. I will affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you in that case. I am setting a status conference on May 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 30th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. We're also here today on the Superior Court arrest warrant. You were charged with 2 different allegations of aggravated DUI from a different date of offense. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in that case as well and set the same status conference and preliminary hearing on May 28th and May 30th, both in the downtown Superior Court. I will issue a secured bond today in the amount of $750 on your first case. On your second case, because you were on felony release on your first case when these new allegations allegedly occurred, I do have to hold you non-bondable. So I am going to set an evidentiary hearing. Date would that be? That's going to be on May 28th at 1:30 p.m. Talk with your attorney. Your attorney can argue for your release at that point in time. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
So I was supposed to have court there on Tuesday, this week at 2:30, but I was already arrested, so is that one of them?
Let me take a look. So I don't currently see, okay, on the third, we have a hearing on the 30th.
Oh, I got told I had one on it's Tuesday. I was supposed to be there at 2:30.
Okay, was that given to you by Pinal County when you were?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a placeholder hearing. That hearing was never actually set in front of your assigned judge, so you don't have to worry about that. They'll transport you for this hearing that's on the 28th. That's 7 days from today.
Okay, so I just got to do 7 days here and
Correct.
do
Yep.
both of the cases there?
Yeah, they'll both be together, correct.
All right.
Okay, any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay, go ahead and take a seat. I have to reprint your paperwork. They'll bring it out to you in a second, okay? Yeah. Yeah, do I need to re-sign it or you're good? Please. Thank you again, Judge. Thank you, Councilman. That's on me. Sorry about that. Amira Purvis to the podium and David Foster to the chair, please. Right here in the middle. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Amira Purvis, 09/25/2004.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of aggravated assault, Class 4 felony, and resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on May 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 30th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $25,000. That does mean you can use a bonding company. If you do post bond, I am ordering that pretrial services supervises you in the community and that they install an electronic monitor on you prior to your release. I'm also ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must obey any terms of any order of protection or order against harassment that has been or will be issued. I'm also ordering that you may not reside in the same location as any listed victim. If you do currently share a common residence, you must find an alternative place to stay and bring proof to your next court date. All that information is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions? No. Okay, go ahead and grab your paperwork to your left and then take a seat. David Foster to the podium and Nikita Durham to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
David Foster, August 6, 1977.
Thank you. We are here today on a grand jury warrant. You were indicted on 2 counts of prisoner possessing or making contraband, which are Class 2 felonies. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in this case. I am setting an arraignment hearing in the downtown Superior Court on May 28th at 8:30 a.m. I am going to affirm the bond, the grand jury warrant. That's a $7,500 secured bond. Now, it's my understanding that you're currently serving time in DOC. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so obviously don't post that bond because you're not going to be released on your other matters. All that information is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, go ahead and grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat.
Thank you.
Nikita Durham to the podium. And Cynthia Ann Figueroa to the podium, to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Nikita Durham, 9/21/88.
Thank you. We are here today on 2 different cases, failure to appear warrant and then an arrest warrant. On your failure to appear warrant, it's for a case involving narcotic drug possession and drug paraphernalia. I will affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you in that case, and I will set a non-witness violation hearing on May 28th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to affirm the bond in that case. It's a $1,000 secured bond. On your arrest warrant, you were charged with 1 count of narcotic drug possession, Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in that case, and I am setting a status conference on May 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 30th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court, and I will issue a secured bond in the amount of $1,000 on that case. So you have a total bond of $2,000. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I was in treatment when I got released last time, and for the 30 days, first 30 days of being there, they wouldn't let us use the phone. I did let them know that I was released on probation and I needed to be in contact, and I had another court date, and they were supposed to correspond on my behalf because I wasn't allowed to use the phone. I did what was best for me in that, instance, and when I spoke to my lawyer at my last hearing, they told me if I felt like I was going to use to just check myself into rehab, and that, it would, work okay as far as that going with probation.
So a couple of things. So I don't know exactly what's been ordered in your probation. I'm not your assigned judge on your probation case, so I don't know what the ins and outs of your probation case are. But I am looking at your probation officer's notes. It doesn't look like that you potentially coordinated your care with probation. It doesn't look like probation was aware that you were in treatment. So the issue with that is you're failing to appear. It's still on you, even though that treatment facility wasn't allowing you to leave, because you voluntarily put yourself in that treatment program. Now, I agree with you. Going into treatment is probably a good idea, especially if you can take advantage of their services and it works for you. I think you're correct in that you would be 100% right in doing what's best for you and tackling any type of addiction that you may have. However, I have to still hold you on these warrants because you did, in fact, miss court. Now, what I would suggest doing is I'm affirming the attorney that was already appointed to represent you. Talk with your attorney. What you just told me could be a basis to get you out without posting the bond. But that'll be up to your next judge.
Okay.
Okay? All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, grab that to your left and take a seat. Cynthia Ann Figueroa to the podium and Ashley Vigil to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
My name is Cynthia Rosalie Figueroa, born December 19, 1962.
Thank you. We are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant on a case involving dangerous drug possession and drug paraphernalia. I will affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you in this case. I am setting a status conference on May 29th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to affirm the bond in the warrant. That's a $1,500 secured bond. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription and no driving without a valid driver's license. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Could you please lower the bond?
Not at this point in time. I am going to affirm the bond in the warrant. It looks like that was issued almost a year ago at this point, so I am going to affirm that, but you can talk with your attorney. Your attorney can ask for your release at the next hearing.
Who is my attorney?
So your attorney will be the same one that's appointed. The information on that's going to be in your paperwork.
So the paperwork that I had for yesterday, appearing in court, and I didn't get taken to court, and then it says my release conditions for yesterday. I have that paperwork?
So no, you're going to be handed new paperwork from my orders.
I hear you. So this doesn't make no difference?
I don't know what's in front of you, so I don't know.
Maricopa County Superior Court. The release type off of the warrant.
So you were already seen on this warrant?
I've seen it. You're my fourth judge. I just have the paperwork they gave me, and it says, yesterday when I didn't get to go to court, May 20th at 8:30 in the morning, by 5 o'clock yesterday, that I could be released. Release order.
Okay, what's on the top of that document that you're looking at, what's the case number?
CR 2021-136-784001.
So you're saying that you were in court yesterday and provided that information?
No, I was supposed to be taken to court yesterday, and it states May 20th at 8:30 yesterday. And if not, they gave me a release order for May 20th at 5 p.m. that case, for here. So I'm asking if you could please reduce.
So I'm confused on a couple of different things.
Okay.
So that paperwork, when were you provided that paperwork?
On 5. Says right here, I guess on the 10th of May.
The 10th of May?
Yes.
Okay, so did you have a hearing and then you were provided that paperwork?
Every time I see a judge, they give me paperwork. I wouldn't know what
So
to
that's
do.
just a stack of all the paperwork you've ever been provided in this case?
No, I don't have all that kind of paperwork. I just have what they gave me.
So that's what I'm asking you. That
Oh.
paper in front of you, I don't know what that is.
I know.
So what is that? Like, I'm not looking at it.
Can you help me out, sir?
He can't give you legal advice. What I'm asking you is, what are you looking at? I don't.
It says termination of release conditions order, warrant, Maricopa County, release type. It comes from the Superior Court, State of Arizona, and it says standard conditions. It tells you May 20th, year 2025 at 8:30 a.m. to go to the Superior Court, and that's what this paperwork says, right? It says release type. This one states, since not appearing, release order, Tuesday, May 20th.
Let's do this. Why don't you hand that paperwork to the detention officers right here? They're gonna give me that. I'm gonna have you take a seat and I'll call you back up at the end of the calendar, okay?
Thank you. Okay. The other ones have been released on the other ones.
So go ahead and take a seat. I'll recall your case in a moment, okay? Ashley Vigil to the podium, and then Jason Hahn to the chair, please. Ashley. Ashley Vigil. Vigil. Okay, while we locate Ms. Vigil, let's go ahead and keep moving on. Jason Hahn to the podium, and Sarah Johnson to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Jason Lamar Hahn, 5/27/83.
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 28th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to affirm the bond in the warrant. That's a $750 secured bond. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions? Nope. Okay, grab your paperwork and have a seat. Sarah Johnson to the podium. And Marcos Lopez to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Sarah Johnson, 7/17/90.
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 28th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $750. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 24 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions? Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Marcos Lopez to the podium, and Ashley Salinas to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Marcos Lopez, 6/11/1991.
Thank you. We are here today on 4 different cases. The first is a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of dangerous drug possession, Class 4 felony. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on May 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 30th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. We're also here today on 3 probation violations for violating term 1 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney on those cases as well and set them for a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 28th at 8:30, also in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond in your new case in the amount of $350 and then $50 on each of your probation matters. So you have a total bond of $500. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions? No. Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Ashley Salinas to the podium, and Shelley Upchurch to the chair, please.
Selena, you first, and then you're in.
Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Ashley Salinas, 10/8/94.
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 28th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $250. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
So I'm staying?
Correct, unless you post that bond.
All right.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Shelley Upchurch to the podium, and Angelina Vitalero to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Shelley Renee Upchurch, June 20th, 1972.
Thank you. We are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant on a case involving criminal trespassing. I will affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you in your case. I am setting a status conference on May 27th at 9 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to affirm the bond of the warrant. That's a $500 secured bond. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime and no possessing any drugs without a valid prescription. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
So my court is May 27th?
May 27th at 9 a.m.
Okay, does this mean that upon my ability to not get in trouble, to be like on probation until that date, or
No, I'm ordering that you be held in custody unless you post $500. If you can post $500, you can be released pending your next hearing. If you're unable to post that bond, you will stay in custody until at least your next hearing.
Okay, so I'm going to jail?
Well, you're already in jail. This is a jail facility.
Okay. So I have to stay until I can get a bond?
Correct.
Okay. So that's it?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead and grab your paperwork and have a seat. Angelina Vitalero to the podium, and Leticia Clark to the chair, please. She's here. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Angelina Vitellaro, July 31st, 2003.
Thank you. We are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant on a case involving narcotic drug possession. I will affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you. I am setting a status conference on May 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 30th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to affirm the bond in the warrant. That's a secured bond in the amount of $500. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription and no driving without a valid driver's license. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
So unless I post bond, I'm under...
You're going to stay in custody unless that bond is posted.
Okay, so I have to get the bond paid,
Correct.
And it's only $500?
Correct.
All right.
Okay. Grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat.
Thank you.
Leticia Clark to the podium, and then Ashley Vigil to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Leticia Clark,
Date of birth 3/9/89.
Thank you. We are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant on a case involving narcotic drug possession and drug paraphernalia. I will affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you. I am setting a status conference post-warrant on May 28th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to affirm the bond of the warrant. That's a $500 secured bond. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not have contact with the arresting officers and no drugs without a valid prescription. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions? Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Ashley Vigil to the podium and Curtis Townsell to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Ashley Vigil, 09/29/98.
Thank you. We are here today on 3 different probation violation warrants for violating terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney on all 3 cases. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 28th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond in the amount of $500 on the first case and then $250 on your second and third cases. So you have a total bond of $1,000. If you do post bond, I'm ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Curtis Townsell to the podium and DeMarcus Bauman to the chair, please. Curtis Townsell. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Curtis Townsend, 4/30/1998.
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 28th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to affirm the bond on the warrant. That's a $250 secured bond. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions? Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. DeMarcus Bauman to the podium and Kabah Simmons to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
DeMarcus Bowman, 1987.
Is it January 9th, 1987?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 3 and 5. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 28th at 8:30. That will be in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond in the amount of $250. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and that you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions? Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Kabah Simmons to the podium and Nico De Velasco to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Kabah Simmons, 3290.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court arrest warrant. You are charged with 1 count of discharging a firearm in the city limit, which is a Class 6 felony. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you. I am setting a status conference on June 5th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 9th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you today to the supervision of pretrial services. You're going to get an envelope that has details on pretrial release. Make sure you read through that. I'm also ordering that you not possess any weapons and no drugs without a valid prescription. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat.
Thank you.
Nico De Velasco to the podium and Danny Sanchez to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Nico De Velasco, 05/15/2007.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of criminal damage, which is a Class 6 felony. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on June 5th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 9th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you today to the supervision of pretrial services. You're going to get an envelope as you leave court today that has details on pretrial release. Make sure you read through that. I'm also ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and no possessing any drugs without a valid prescription. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Danny Sanchez to the podium, and Annette Roxa to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Danny Sanchez, 06/15/1984.
Thank you. We are here today on a Justice Court warrant out of the Desert Ridge Justice Court for a case involving contractor acting without a license. I will set an arraignment hearing in the Desert Ridge Justice Court on June 9th at 1:30 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date. However, it does look like this is a failure to pay warrant. I did look at your case. It does look like this is the third warrant that has been issued for your lack of payment on this case. I am going to release you today, but know if that you're back in front of this court on a similar warrant for a fourth time, you'll likely be held on bond next time. Your assigned judicial officer was asking that I hold you on a $3,000 secured bond. So make sure that you go to court and you get whatever payment arrangements are needed set up with that justice court.
Desert Ridge, you said, right?
Correct. The Desert Ridge Justice Court.
Got it.
All that information is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to let you know that I did file the motion to squash that, the warrant, which was last week, but I still got picked up on it, so I didn't want to make it seem like I was a risk.
Understandable. I'm releasing you, okay?
Thank you.
Paperwork and take seat.
Appreciate it.
Annette Roxa to the podium and Chloe Lake to the chair, please.
Annette Roxa, 4/10/1972.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court arrest warrant. You were charged with 1 count of dangerous drug possession, Class 4 felony. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you. I am setting a status conference on June 5th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 9th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date.
Okay.
I'm also ordering that you not have contact with the arresting officers and no possessing any drugs without a valid prescription. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Chloe Lake to the podium and Cole Boston to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Chloe Lake, and my birth date is January 7th, 1995.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of dangerous drug possession, Class 4 felony, and criminal trespassing, Class 1 misdemeanor. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on June 5th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 9th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date. I'm also ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no driving without a valid driver's license. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat.
Thank you.
Cole Boston to the podium and Eric Keel to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Cole Boston, 04/14/2000.
Thank you. We are here today on a Justice Court new case out of the North Mesa Justice Court. You were arrested on allegations of driving under the influence with a blood alcohol content of 0.08 or more, Class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of driving under the influence of a drug metabolite in your system, Class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of driving under the influence of liquor, drugs, or vapor, Class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of exceeding the posted speed limit by more than 20 miles per hour, Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of reckless driving, Class 2 misdemeanor. I will find probable cause except for 2 of the driving under the influence allegations. I'm not finding probable cause on the blood alcohol content level or the drug DUI allegation. That doesn't mean that those necessarily go away. The state could still charge you with those down the line, but I was not provided with enough information to find probable cause today. I will appoint you an attorney, so talk with your attorney about what that means moving forward. I am setting an arraignment hearing in the North Mesa Justice Court on June 5th at 1 p.m., and I will release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date. I'm also ordering that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription, no possessing or consuming any alcohol, and you must not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. It is likely that your license has been suspended based on these allegations, so check with the MBD before you get behind the wheel of the vehicle. All this is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir. No,
okay,
sir.
Go ahead and grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Eric Keel to the podium and Corey Holman to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
My name is Eric Keel,
10/24 of 1977.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court arrest warrant. You were charged with 1 count of dangerous drug possession, Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on June 5th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 9th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date. I'm also ordering that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription and no driving without a valid driver's license. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat.
Thank you.
Corey Holman to the podium, and then we'll recall Cynthia and Figueroa's case.
Good morning,
Good
Your
evening,
Honor.
sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Yes, Your Honor. Corey Holman, date of birth 05/14/93.
Thank you. We are here today on a Justice Court new case out of the Encanto Justice Court. You were arrested on allegations of reckless driving, Class 1 misdemeanor, and driving with a suspended license, Class 3 misdemeanor. I will appoint you an attorney to I'm not appointing you an attorney because these are both misdemeanor allegations, but you do have the right to hire an attorney at your own expense if you choose. I am setting an arraignment hearing in the Encanto Justice Court on June 5th at 1:30 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date. I'm also ordering that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription, you're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, and you're not to contact any of the arresting officers. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to be appointed attorney because I'm not a fortune. Could you do that for me, please?
So unfortunately right now, because they're misdemeanor allegations and I'm not holding you on a bond, I'm releasing you, you don't have a right to court-appointed counsel.
Oh, okay.
However, you can renew that request when you're in front of the Justice Court next time, and if the court is inclined to do so, they can appoint you one. But at this stage, I can't appoint you an attorney.
Okay, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Not a problem. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead and grab your paperwork and take a seat. Let's go ahead and recall Cynthia and Figueroa to the podium. And ma'am, may I have your name and date of birth one more time?
My first given name is Cynthia Rosalie Figueroa, born December 19, 1962.
Thank you. And so, ma'am, I did look at the paperwork that you handed the detention officers. That looks like that your paperwork, because you were transferred up here from Pinal County, so that paperwork is just because they had to transfer you from Pinal to Arizona. So now you're seeing me on the same warrant in the proper jurisdiction. So that paperwork doesn't mean that you're going to be released on anything.
Okay.
That just means that you're going to be transported here to have this hearing.
Yes,
However, while I was looking at your case, it does look like the county attorney did file a motion to dismiss your case, and they're stating in the interest of justice. That has not yet been ruled on by the judge. But because that motion has been filed, I will go ahead and modify what I previously ordered. I'm going to release you today to the supervision of pretrial services. Pretrial services can help you get to court if you do need help doing that. Now, your court case is still open, so you're going to have your next hearing on May 29th still at 8:30 a.m. I'm going to give you new paperwork that has that date on it, okay?
Okay.
But make sure that you go to court unless you receive notification from the court that that has been dismissed.
Okay, that's why, excuse me, sir. Sorry, sir. The last time I had 2 court hearings, Maricopa County and Pinal, and I went to the one in Pinal. That's why I have the warrant for this one. One more time, I'm going to have the same court hearing, May 29th in Pinal, and
So that's a court date that Pinal set, not that Maricopa County set.
I know, so I can't be at both.
So you're not, so Pinal set it at the same day and time?
No.
So you have a Pinal case right now?
Yes. Well,
Or is that the Pinal paperwork for this case?
I don't know. I have a date, this date paperwork says May 29th, same as you just said, May 29th. What time?
8:30 a.m.
Okay, I could do it.
Okay.
Okay. I just gotta be able to know ahead of time in my brain. Thank you so much. Thank you for somebody.
Okay. So I'm going to release you to pretrial services. They're going to give you an envelope that has details on what that means. Okay. Unless you have a letter from the court saying your case was dismissed, you have to go to that court hearing on the 29th, okay? Also, you may want to call the court before that next court date and see if there's any updates.
Okay.
Because if the judge rules on the motion to dismiss and dismisses your case, you don't have to come to that court hearing.
Do I still get an attorney? Or?
I'm still appointing you an attorney. Okay. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Any questions?
Oh, thank you.
No problem. Go ahead and take a seat. They'll bring that to you shortly. The last matter on the calendar for Luis Quintero is listed as a house call. He's on non-acute suicide watch, so we will conduct his initial appearance at his cell. We're here today on a Superior Court new case, arrested on allegations of arson of a structure or property, Class 4 felony, 2 counts of criminal damage, Class 1 misdemeanors, and 1 count of criminal trespassing, Class 2 misdemeanor. I will find probable cause, and I will appoint an attorney. I am setting a status conference on May 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 30th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. I will issue a secured bond today in the amount of $2,000 with pretrial services supervision. I will conduct his initial appearance at his cell and provide him with a written copy of his release orders. If I do need to make any modifications or changes, I will do so either on the record or in writing. That does conclude the 5 p.m. calendar. We will stand in recess until 8 p.m.
I just can't believe training.